do 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 do. Hello, wake up, chat. Chat, wake up. There I am. I told my wife I wouldn't be controversial today. But since there's nobody in the chat to clip anything out of context, I feel like I could be pretty problematic. So here's a list of people that I think should be put through the wood chipper feet first. Starting at the top of the list, we have. Oh, what up, Spencer? Good to see you, fam. Welcome to the stream, chat. Good to see. Didn't see you there. How's your day go? How's your day, bro? Chat, wake up. Spencer's awfully lonely in the chat. We missed yesterday because I had other obligations that required a break. needed some break from the news time. But I feel like today's a good day to go live. What up, Joe? Good to see you, fam. Yo, we chilling today, bro. We chilling. We chill. YouTube, send my shit out, bruh. Oh, Spencer, you need to get some bitches. We need to get Spencer some bitches. Spencer, I'll be your wingman at the bar, bro. I'll be your wingman at the bar, bro. Just go to the bar, bring a TV, and then put me on the monitor. Make sure you plug it in, and I'll tell all the women how awesome you are. You just gotta take me with you. You gotta put your TV on wheels, and that way I'll be mobile. And then we'll get you laid. Don't worry, fam. We got you. Just we'll get you. We're waiting for people to show up because some shit's been happening. Stuff's been going on. My music is loud as fuck. I don't know if it's loud for you guys, but it's loud in my ears and it's making me scream. How do I turn that down? Why can't I turn that down? Can I turn it? I can't turn it down in my headphones without turning it down for you guys also. Wait. No, that'll turn down my other shit. God damn it. I thought I had a knob. For that shit. I do not have a knob. Not a very big knob. A micro knob, we'll call it. Wake up, chat. Get in here, god damn it. Get in here or you're grounded. I will ground everybody who's not here right now. No iPhone for a week. And if you have an Android, she's grounded too. I'll send them all to the gulags. Unless you start getting in here. And that means I'll be problematic. I'll start saying some problematic thing. I told my wife I wouldn't be controversial. My wife is taking a nap right now, and I told her I wouldn't say anything problematic. I told her I wouldn't be controversial or say anything. So, today, we're going to run through my list of people that we're gonna send to the gulags, and we're gonna we're gonna watch some Hasan Piker and shit. We're gonna start with Hasan Piker. No, I'm just kidding. I am not advocating violence against any individual, or any other individuals. Not advocating for the deaths of anyone. I am simply putting theoretical people into metaphorical gulags. That's all I'm doing. So nobody's allowed to tell Twitter. I'll get in trouble. And I don't want to get in trouble. Where is everyone? You know what? Fine, I see how it is. Everybody got better plans. Everybody got plans today. Oh, what? You gotta work? Oh, what do you do? You gotta work tomorrow? Yeah, okay. You're supposed to get fired for me, chat. Why aren't you doing that yet? Everybody's got other obligations. Can't chill with the anime boy. Gotta have other obligations. That's fine. That's respectable. I respect you and your other obligations. You're allowed to not be here. That's fine. I'll sit here and ramble to myself until 100 people show up. We're gonna do the 100 viewer challenge. Can Neff continue to yap like a bitch until everyone shows up? Perhaps. I guess we'll see. Nope, I already fucked it up. I already went too long being silent. How about that? How about them apples? I failed already. I am now 0-1 on the amount of challenges that I've succeeded in. Anyways, so some shit's been happening. Did you guys hear about the Zelensky and Trump shit? There's the shenanigans of revolving around that little bit of situation there. Freaking Trump laid into Zelensky like a motherfucker, dude. That was entertaining. What else happened? There was some shit I saw on my homepage that I think would be interesting for us to watch. Let's see if I can organize my shit real fast before Twitter finds out how problematic I am. I'm gonna start saying slurs. People better get in here. I'll beep. God damn it. That's all right. We'll find equilibrium somewhere. We'll figure it out. I will. Maybe I should announce my streams more. Just waiting. Hold on a second. What did I just see on my homepage? I saw something that looked rather interesting. Hasan Piker got banned on Twitch. How about them apples? What up, Skulls? Good to see you, bruh. See, now it's a party. Now it's a party. That's what's up. Bunch of dudes, just a big old sausage fest in here. Just a big old sausage fest in Nefarious's chat. I'm just kidding. Love you, bros. Love you non-ladies. Ladies and non-ladies. I need to stop just rambling before I say some shit that's going to get me in trouble. So, Hasan Piker just got banned off of Twitch for saying some fucking shit. Shared it on my community post. Hopefully it helps. I'm not too worried about that. I'm worried about whether or not YouTube is actually sending my shit out. Because I have my own fans, you know. I have my own, not fans. I don't like to call you guys fans. You're not fans. Billie Eilish has fans. You guys are more of a community. I have my own community. And they're pretty cool. So I guess we'll see. But anyways, Hasan Piker was banned off of Twitch for saying that, for basically endorsing killing a senator, a Republican senator. And it is coming back to haunt him, I tell you what. Shit, should I watch this one first or the Liberal Hive Mind? Because this one outlines connecting the dots on Trump's master plan, and I'm also interested in that. I don't know what the fuck to do, bruh. What would lead into each other? What would be a good segue into other shit? Maybe the Liberal Hive Mind. I am curious about that. Damn it. We're going to watch about Hasan.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're
Because
here.
this shit is
So today we're
breaking
going to be
right
going
now.
over some updates regarding the Trash Taste podcast fiasco. So in case you don't know, Trash Taste is a podcast run by the Anime Man, CDawg VA, and Giguk. They talk about anime and Japanese culture and things like that. And recently they had an episode get a lot of backlash thanks to their special guest, Hasan Piker. You can see the like-dislike ratio is just over a 24% like ratio on this video. 10
Dude, that's insane. He has 3 times the amount of dislikes as regular likes. That is crazy. Despite the fact that he sent his whole brigade over there. What up, Raven? Good to see you, fam. Now it's a party. Anyways. Fuck, I was gonna say something, but I totally crashed my train of thought. Continuing.
Tens of thousands of comments, all of them pretty mad about the choice of guest, Hasan Piker, based on the many controversial things he has said over the past couple of years. And today we're going to be looking at the first response from anyone at Trash Taste regarding this situation. I think the things that are said by CDawg VA in this case are actually pretty interesting and probably answer most of the questions people have. Now, the first update to give you guys before we get into the new stuff, Hasan has been banned on Twitch.
Let's go! No telling how long that's gonna last. He'll probably be back on Twitch shouting some anti-Semitism tomorrow. Who knows how long his actual ban is gonna be. But yeah, the fucking this needed to happen.
Hell hath frozen over. He's actually been banned for once, and that stems from his recent comments where he advocated for violence against a sitting U.S. official. I guess that's what it takes to actually get punished if you're Hasan Piker on Twitch, but he has been banned.
Man, Hasan is really the epitome of crashing out right now, isn't he? Yep, absolutely. Dude, he fucking... Okay, so hold on. I think he's mainly upset because he just realized how small his fan base actually is. Like, he has millions of followers and shit, but his actual core fan base is very, very small. Like, this number right here... Where's the number? This number right here, 24,000. That's his fan base. He has millions of actual followers. He has 24,000 maybe actual fans. We'll say 15,000. When he sent his brigade over there, that's about the amount that they got. So this like ratio right here is probably a mixture of Trash Taste fans who will like anything they put out, and a mixture of Hamas Pikers fans. So that means that the Hamas Piker has about 15,000 actual fans and millions of people just preying on his downfall. And I think he just realized that shit. So now he's crashing out because of it. And he realized that outside of his actual echo chamber, people hate his fucking guts. What up, Fire Goddess? Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm happy that you showed up. I'm happy you're here. What was I going to say? I was going to say something else about fire. Regarding... Oh, yeah. No, I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Anyways. Yeah, I think Hasan just realized that his fan base is not nearly as big as he thought it was.
Before we get into the new stuff, Hasan has been banned on Twitch. Hell hath frozen over. He's actually been banned for once, and that stems from his recent comments where he advocated for violence against a sitting U.S. official. I guess that's what it takes to actually get punished if you're Hasan Piker on Twitch, but he has been...
Yep. Oh, oops. Yep, he wished death upon a sitting Republican senator. He said, if we cared so much, if Doge cared so much about waste and Medicaid fraud, they would kill Rick Scott. That's what he said. He said, if anybody cares about Medicaid fraud in the government, if anybody cares about waste and fraud in the government, you would kill Rick Scott. To his 15,000 radicalized followers. And then somebody in the chat was like, okay, I mean, I'm okay with that. That somebody in his chat said that shit. Jeez. I like your puppies. They're so cute. There is nothing I like more than a cute puppy. That's not true. I like a lot of things. I like a lot. I love cute puppies. I'm sorry.
Band, how long that lasts, who knows? Probably not very long. But here is the response we're looking at today. I was up.
Oh shit, Connor freaking responded to it. How Trash Taste tried to deal with the Hassan controversy. I didn't know that, dude. Dude, I didn't know that Connor replied. Bruh. Yeah, did you not know that? I think that literally just happened. Like, that happened like yesterday. Or like, yesterday or today. He was like, if you cared about waste and fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. And then, it wasn't even like a slip of the tongue. Right afterwards, he went into detail about why you should kill Rick Scott. He was like, in case anybody's confused, what I mean when I say you should kill Rick Scott is that you should kill Rick Scott. And that finally got him banned. For who knows how long. 48 hours, probably. Like, that shit was fucking insane. And now Trash Taste... I can't believe they put him on, dude. That's such a bad look. Anybody that would platform Hamas Piker, this fuck is a bad look.
Uploaded on Connor's clip channel here. You can see the reception of this is, still.
Man, I go on a dinosaur video spree for one day and this shit happens. Right, dude? I was fucking playing video games for a couple of days. Playing this new game with my wife. We found a game that we play together. And this is happening, and I tuned back into the news, and then all of a sudden, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, Hassan Piker's banned off of Twitch for inciting violence against a sitting senator of the United States of America. What the actual fuck? Like, it just keeps getting worse for this guy. This guy just keeps on proving that he is an evil motherfucker. So, well, let's see what Connor's saying here.
Still somewhat controversial. It's obviously a lot better than the podcast episode. I think some people are still angry about it, but it's titled How Trash Taste Tried to Deal with the Hassan Controversy. Now, it's a 17-minute video. We're just going to kind of hit the key parts for brevity's sake here, but let's start off right here.
The way that we handle it, and the way that you should handle a lot of these things when they happen, like drama, is that just don't... Sometimes it's just better to just not address anything and just let it just fade.
Unironically, that's probably the best answer for...
I mean, yeah, he's right. That is the best thing to do. Because no matter what you do, somebody in that mob is going to have a problem with it. So the best thing to do is just ignore it. So he's right about that. He's definitely right about that.
For most controversy, especially if you're someone who makes a lot of content, especially if you're like a daily uploading channel or streamer or something, just like keep moving. Unless it's really bad. In this case, it's pretty bad, right? A lot of people are upset. But I think the issue here is that they made that pinned comment about deleting comments, and it's like they started some sort of a response, which makes people expect a full response. If they're going to touch one subject, eventually you would expect they're going to touch all the subjects, and that's kind of what they're doing here, as it would play out.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, if you're going to reply even a little bit, you got to respond to everybody. Now you have to actually make an actual, official reply. Otherwise, shit, you're just gonna get more backlash for that because you've already half responded. So yeah, that wasn't enough to to quell the rage of people. You still gotta address why did you even have this motherfucker on in the first place?
Mainly because when things get too heated, almost, no matter what you would say in that moment, people are still going to be going to be unhappy Or at least, you know, the group of people that want an apology or whatever, anything like that. If you say anything, they're just going to be more unhappy and it just adds more fire to the flame. So that's why generally we're just kind of like, all right, we'll just let it, you know, let it die down, let it move on. Let them get over it and have their fun for the week. Most of them are brigaders. Well, okay, look,
I mean, I kind of do the same thing. Like, whenever I drop a video and that video gets massive hate from somebody, maybe a leftist found it and then they put it into a subreddit or some shit. You know what I'm saying? I've seen many angry mobs in my day. The moment an angry mob hits one of my videos, I'll just never go back to the video. Fuck it. I'll just continue uploading more videos and I just ignore them and they all go away. So yeah, that is a good response to an angry mob. Just kind of just ignore, just move on.
Okay, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. So this is gonna get clipped as well. I know this now. So I want to be very mindful about how I approach this. If I'm gonna mention anything here, is that I think there are a couple of important things to mention. So I think, first of all, I think from our podcast perspective, and
oh my God, get on with it.
From our perspective, if it is fair to say that if we don't engage in politics publicly, because it's just a mess. None of us live in, you know.
Wrangler donated $4.20 through Super Chat. Can't stick around tonight, but here's a hit.
Thanks, bro. That's okay if you can't stick around. I totally understand. It's a Monday. I'm streaming on a Monday, which is a work day. So it's probably not a good day. But yesterday I was busy. I needed a break, so I took one. Anyways, on my way to go get Chinese food this afternoon, I swung by the tobacco store and I actually grabbed a full joint. So I'm going to hit the joint. We're gonna smoke the joint together, Wrangler. So you better light up right now, before you have to bounce. I'm gonna spark it up right now. I appreciate the super chat. I gotta spark it. I wish I had the fucking. I need to get that animation set up because I think that would be so much fun. I think that'd be so fucking funny if a joint just popped up on the screen and it allowed me to hit it. W Wrangler, thank you for the super chat, buddy. I appreciate it.
U.S. None of us are in any of these kind of intense political situations.
Whatsoever.
I think it is also fair to say that, yeah, why would we bring someone political on? Which I think is very fair. And
yeah, that's a very fair point. The fact he was there just in general wasn't very good, but it really wasn't just because he's a political streamer. I think they could have brought a lot of political streamers onto the podcast and wouldn't have had anywhere near the backlash. The reason people were so mad at this particular episode is clearly because of Hasan. And it's not just because he talks about politics, it's because people don't like the unhinged stuff he has said time and time again.
Extremely, very fair criticism.
The unhinged stuff. He keeps on saying shit, dude. I'm like, when I hear unhinged stuff, I'm like, which one? Oh, the fact that he said America deserved 9/11? That unhinged stuff? When he laughed when the corpse of children were being carried in coffins? When he laughed about that shit? Or when he literally said that we should kill a sitting senator? Which unhinged? It's literally every single day he's saying something fucked up.
Of us to do, which I agree with. And then I think the most annoying thing from my perspective and this whole thing is that there were legitimately fans of Trash Taste who were unhappy. And it's frustrating because you can't see or actually hear from people who watch Trash Taste or who aren't happy because it just turned into a political dick swinging contest.
Okay, I think there's some bit of fairness there. It's hard to get a perspective on what the actual Trash Taste podcast fans think when there's so much negativity coming from people who probably aren't subscribed and are just going to this video to basically jump in on what's going on. And as I said in my previous coverage of this whole thing, I don't think the backlash on the episode was necessarily a repudiation of Trash Taste. I think that...
Oh, shit.
Wasteland Lego, she donated $5 through Super Chat. Hosting Hassan, the guy who slurps the meat of terrorists, is like joining the three-way boyfriends of Mr. Beast, Logan, and KSI. But political.
Dude, fucking 100%, dude. W roast. That was yeah, exactly. Exactly. That would be like, I mean, I think Hassan would fit in better with Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, and KSI than I do the Trash Taste podcast. Like, I know Mr. Beast and Logan Paul aren't political, but they are all fucking kind of shady. So I feel like he fits in more with them. He should have fucking joined their podcast. I appreciate the $5, my friend. Thank you so much.
They grossly underestimated how much people don't like...
Neff, I'm streaming right now, so this will be my only time here this stream. Well, stop. Why are you in my chat if you're streaming? Go do your thing. Go do your thing. I'm totally fine with it.
Like Hassan outside his community. And I think this was more of a repudiation of Hassan himself. People saw the podcast episode as like a lightning rod for their dislike of that man. And unfortunately for them, it's their podcast. So they're the ones kind of seeing the public reflection of that with the like-dislike ratio and all the...
I wasn't... Okay, so like... Okay, hold on. I don't think people were... I was more upset because I like Trash Taste. I like the podcast. I was not expecting them to platform Hassan Piker after everything that he said. So for that to be a thing that happened, I'm just like, what the fuck? Now I'm wondering if you guys believe in all the same shit that he believes in. Like, that's my first thought. That's my first thought. He says all of this fucked up crazy shit. He laughs at the corpses of babies. You know, he laughs at rape. Says rape never happened on October 7th or whatever. When it definitely did, and it's definitely being filmed and shit. He said that we deserve 9/11. He said that we should kill the sitting representative of the United States of America. And then you had him on your podcast. So, does that mean that you believe everything he believes? Or are you completely blind to the fact that he said this shit? And how can you be his friend and not know that he said this shit? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. How could you not be aware of the controversy around him if he's your friend enough to be on your podcast? I don't know. It just did not seem like a smart business decision. It didn't seem like you could really feign ignorance around this shit. Like, it just doesn't really strike me as a good look, like, in any context whatsoever.
Comments, but the anger was mostly towards Hassan. They didn't like the fact that they were on the podcast, but they're much...
I was disappointed with the podcast. I'm definitely angry with Hassan. Fucking Hamas Piker is fucking... He hates America, but he won't leave. He's still here. He still resides in Los Angeles, California. He won't go away. He's just gonna live in America, benefiting off American capitalism, while at the same time shitting on America and praising, and, as you were saying, slurping the meat of terrorists who say death to America. Like, if you hate America, get the fuck out. Like, what the hell?
Much more angry and seeing it as an opportunity to talk about him and show that they don't like him and to repudiate him publicly. And just happened, the vehicle for this was their podcast episode. And the interesting thing, too, I think he talks about this later, but you can't really tell based on...
Yeah, bro. He's in LA. I Googled it before I showed up, or before I streamed earlier, because I was curious. Because at the beginning of the podcast, he mentions that he moved to Japan. So, like, he mentions that he moved to Japan and that he was, like, a permanent resident there. But when I Googled it, they said that there was no evidence of him actually moving to Japan. He's still a resident of Los Angeles, California. So he's still here. He's still here. Just, like, wishing death on America while benefiting from American values and benefits and shit. He would not even be where he's at without nepotism. He's never struggled a day in his life. Like, internet backlash is the most struggle he's ever seen. which to me is laughable.
An outside perspective, I don't have their analytics, but looking at their Trash Taste YouTube channel, at most, they've lost 10,000 subs. Because that's the way the metric moves. It's every 10,000 subs once you get past 1 million. So from what I can see, they've lost no more than 10,000. That's at the very most they've lost. So they might have only lost a few thousand subs over this, despite having an absolute nightmare of a reaction to that episode.
About which side, which is bad on our part, because like we've never had any politics or any kind of talks like that in the comments, so I think it was kind of bad of us to kind of almost invite that. Second of all, the thing that was also very frustrating is that it, no matter what people were saying, there was a lot of brigading on a lot of sides, and I think that two things can be true at once. There were Trash Taste fans who were unhappy, and there also was brigading happening, which is also very frustrating to deal with, because then it's like, okay, now we can't actually listen to any criticism on the episode because both sides are jumping in, right?
Well, I think that is somewhat important. I mean, yeah, there were definitely people jumping in. Like I said, that podcast episode was like a lightning rod for people who don't like Hasan, and that's a way to show their disliking of him. But I think also, as he'll go on to say, is he wasn't aware.
What is the white ball? What is that white ball in that dude's room? I think it's a monkey. It looks like a character in a video game. So that looks like the head of a monkey. Are you talking about this? It looks like the head of a monkey. See, the monkey's holding a sign that says Sea Dog.
Aware of all these things involving politics and Hasan.
Dude, right? Because he loves murder? Exactly. He advocates for the destruction of America. Like, how is this not, like, are we insane here? Like, are we being gaslit? Are we gaslighting ourselves? What's going on here? Like, are we going nuts? Like, how is this like, how is this even, like, I don't understand. He literally freaking supports terrorism. An American family died, and he laughed at it. Why is this, like, I don't understand. We should hate this. Right? Yes. Yes, you got brigaded as fuck for a reason.
And some of his takes, and it's like, well, that's maybe an opportunity to read some of those and understand why people are so mad and why it was a bad idea to have him on the podcast. But I do generally get what he's trying to go after here.
And I even told Hasan, I was like, hey man, can you not? Like, it's bad enough that one side is doing this. Please don't bring up the fucking episode and be like, hey, send people. I was like, just be above this. Don't.
I'm glad also you told him to knock that off, because that made things infinitely worse. Okay, there was already a lot of negativity heading towards the episode, but when he said the whole counter brigading comment and encouraged his audience to jump in there and try to change the narrative, that made people even.
You mean all 15,000 of them? There was probably like 10K that actually went over there.
More divisive, and that made people even more gung-ho about trying to send a message with this podcast and the choice of special guest.
Don't do this. Because look, if people who have very extreme beliefs want to go crazy, I can't stop them. They can do whatever they want. But you hope that at least, another side wouldn't do that as well. So I told him, I was like, hey, please don't do that.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, man, okay, my bad.
We didn't go over there because we're political opposition. I mean, we are, but he's also a bad person. And you having him on the podcast is just mind-blowing to me. I thought it was just a wholesome anime podcast. Guess they didn't do their evidence that he advocates for literal murder. Are they redacted? I've never heard that before. Are they redacted? Yeah, exactly. Dude, he literally goes on his fucking stream every single day and does something. He says something outlandish that he gets canceled for it. He makes the rounds. I don't understand. This was supposed to be just a wholesome anime podcast. Oh, let's have Osama bin Laden on to talk about our favorite video games. Like, what the fuck? Like it's to the point where it's absurd. Like it should be obviously bad to have him on.
But I think as well, you know, I told Hassan as well, I was like, hey, look, the show is not political. We don't want to deal with politics. You know, we're most likely not going to have you on again. No, and that's not like anything like, hey man, you know, it should.
Well, no, at this point, like, what else are you gonna do? Like, you could, it could have been an unfair situation. Let's say instead of Hassan, it was someone else completely innocent, and for some reason people went absolutely ape shit and were angry about it. Like, yeah, maybe it's unfair in that situation, but you can't do it again because people would be even more angry. And with Hassan, yeah, he was on the podcast 2 years ago, and I believe the like-dislike ratio on that was like 90%. But a lot has changed over 2 years. I mean, he's made more unhinged takes, but most importantly, I think more...
Yeah, he's gotten like 10 times more radical. Like, he actually streams terrorist propaganda in full with no commentary. He just streams that shit.
People are aware of the things he has said, and that's why people were so ready to jump on that particular episode, the latest one he appeared on. And yeah, you can't bring him back now. Like, it would be even worse, honestly. Speaking as someone who is many moons ago, I made a video, I think it was a waifu tier list. People didn't really like some of my choices, so I doubled down the next day and said, aha, you're right. You guys are right. You thought I ranked these characters too low. You're right. I gotta move them even lower. People didn't find that very funny. So I guess doubling down sometimes when people are mad like that doesn't really work out too well. And this is a no-brainer at this point. How could you possibly have him back on? But
exactly.
I believe it's right here. He actually mentions the specific number of subs they lost, and it's a pretty surprising number.
I can tell you exactly how many.
Dude, okay, I'm curious about this. Yeah, I want to know how much you lost.
Anyway, now let me find out.
We could just go on Social Blade and find out.
We lost 4,000 subscribers. Which...
Wait, that's it? I mean, it was like a one-time... It was like a first offense kind of thing. I don't think I unsubscribed. I think I just left a dislike. I don't think I unsubscribed. But yeah, it was like a first offense. They're usually pretty wholesome. But it was a big fuck up. Like, holy shit. Yeah, never have him on again.
It's not a lot, but I also think it is disingenuous, and I think it's bad to pretend like, you know, that people aren't unhappy.
Well, I'm...
Dude, even everybody in his chat is like, that's it? That's less than I thought. Yeah, that's a surprisingly low number. So it's probably because it's just a first offense kind of thing. They're usually pretty good about shit. Like the time they had Leon Lush on, that was a good episode. I like that episode.
I mean, first of all, 4,000 subs. Losing 4,000 on a video like that with so much negative feedback is actually a very small number. I mean, 4,000 is nothing to, like, waft your hands at. Like, it's still a significant number, and it shows that people who were fans of the podcast and were subscribed were not happy. But it also shows that a lot of the people, like I said, the video is like a lightning rod for people who don't like Hassan, so they went over there to show their disliking of him, and that's reflected by the sub numbers there. And again, you know, with a channel, they have like 1.5 million subs, to lose 4,000 is like a pretty small number. It's not insignificant, but you would...
Yeah, that's like a drop in the bucket compared to how many subscribers they actually have. That's why I think it's just the first offense. That's all. Like, if they continue to do shit like that, they're gonna lose a lot more. I think they handled it well. I think they handled it well. But yeah, I think that's why the number that they lost was so small. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm surprised to see Z-Dog involved in whatever it is. Yeah, Z-Dog is on a podcast called Trash Taste, and Trash Taste platformed Hassan Piker, who is known for endorsing a lot of terrorism against the United States while simultaneously living in the United States. He says a lot of controversial things, and it led to a lot of backlash for their podcast, and now he's doing a response video to it. So that's a small synopsis of what's going on.
I would expect it to be a lot higher given what happened and how angry people were about the podcast itself. But let's skip ahead to the next section here.
Well, there was obviously a lot of bandwagoning on it because people were, you know, loving it, and people don't like Hassan. And so people were jumping on it and making videos about it. There was a lot of stuff that people said that was just flat out not true, and people were just making stuff up. Some people were saying like, oh, they didn't have this guest on. They said they were too controversial, but they had another guest on. That's never happened.
Oh, they're talking about Nux. Oh, they're talking about Nux. Nux Taku was like, yo. Oh, they can't have Nux on because he's too controversial, but they'll have Hasan Piker on. That was 100% about Nux Taku.
So the name I heard in that situation, I saw people saying that they wouldn't have Nux Taku on the podcast because he was too controversial.
Thanks for this. Yeah, no problem, bruh. But like, yeah, Hasan Piker said America deserved 9/11. Hasan Piker said that if we care about fraud and wasting the government, then we should kill Rick Scott, who's a Republican senator of Florida. So he's a sitting senator. He basically incited violence against a sitting representative of the United States. Said we deserve 9/11. Like, he freaking streams terrorist propaganda. Like, it's insane. It's insane the amount of shit that he's done. But yeah, that's the motherfucker that Trash Taste had on their podcast. And now Sea Dog's responding to this shit. Oh my god. And yeah, Nux Taku is too controversial, but they had Hasan Piker on. Like, that was a lot of the comments.
That was one of the names I heard people saying. I've never seen any proof of that, so I don't know. I feel like if they were willing to invite Hasan, I think they'd be willing to invite Nux if that's something that they wanted to do. But yeah, I think people were making that up. It's also like with the deletion of comments. I said that in my first reaction to this whole thing. I believe them when they said that they weren't deleting comments, because YouTube's comment section is really messed up, and it's not too surprising. But I think he's going to talk about that in a sec.
That's just a bunch of lies. So I don't know what that was about. There was also the only things that were disappointing for me, my perspective as well, that like really, I was like, man, what the fuck? Is that people would then make whole narratives based around, because we had X on, that we then couldn't criticize any other creator. We couldn't, you know, they were like, oh, you know, these people have changed, they're horrible, yada, yada, yada. And that was like, oh, okay, that sucks that people are just making assumptions, but not a big deal.
People would lie on the internet?
But yeah, no, I mean, look, the reason why...
No way, dude. What? People fabricate things on the internet? No way. But I don't even want to think about Nux and stuff there. I don't know if Hasan will get prison. I would very much like to see him deplatformed, though. He needs to get permabanned for that shit. Like, for real.
We didn't address it right away. We wanted to wait because a lot of people were, you know, they were just demanding things. There were a lot of comments that were like, you need to delete this episode. Where I feel pretty confident in saying this, where if you ask Trash Taste viewers, do you want them to delete the episode? I think most viewers are sensible. They would say, hey, even if I don't agree with this episode or I don't agree with this one, I wouldn't want you to delete an episode.
Move, actually.
You know, I think that's...
Yeah, deleting the video would be a bad look. No matter what you do, it's a bad look. You turn the comments off, it's a bad look. You delete the video, it's a bad look. You private the video, it's a bad look. You leave it up, it's a bad look. Just doing the video at all is a bad look. No matter what, you may as well just move on. That's all you can do. That's the only good. That's the best possible outcome.
Crazy. Now, also, I want to make it very clear as well, in case you're watching this on YouTube, that because this is no doubt going to be a clip, that I'm sure that there's a good chance the comments, you know, might get taken over depending on how big this clip is. Please think for yourself.
It's gotten a lot of attention so
Please
far.
Don't just read top comment and form your opinion based around that. Obviously, you're all adults. I trust you. And what I really appreciated is that a lot of Trash Taste fans did seem to be just tired of people picking a side and being emotionally charged about it, and we're kind of just like, hey, maybe it's not for me. All good.
Yeah,
next episode.
That's not the vibe that they do on their channel. I think that's pretty obvious. But let's skip to one more section, and then we're going to wrap this up.
But I think the underlying point is the same. Of like, look, to the Trash Taste fans that are disappointed, sorry, you know, it is unfortunate. Are we going to delete the episode? No. If you did you unsubscribe? Okay, I apologize for that you felt the need to unsubscribe. But at the end of the day, you know, there was just we did not estimate what would happen.
And that's pretty much exactly what I was saying. They just made a bad choice It's pretty much all it is. Anyone who thinks there was some kind of malice in their choice of guest, or they were adopting his political views or anything like that, I think that's going too far. I just think this was the result of not really reading the room, not understanding just how controversial Hasan is. They even...
Yeah, it looks like Raven might have been right the last time. Looks like they were just kind of blind to his controversies. What up, Alexia? Good to see you. It just blows my mind because I'm like, how could you be his friend and not know that he's in so much shit? Not know the amount of stuff that he says. And yeah, it did look like that you endorse his political opinions when you have him on your podcast. That's what it looks like. But yeah, I don't know how you could be his friend and not know that he's a lightning rod for chaos and negativity on the internet.
Connor at one point basically also said that he doesn't really keep up to date on these things. I mean, I think on the one hand, you have a bit of a responsibility to understand who you're inviting onto your podcast, but I also understand that, yeah, not everyone's up to date on all this stuff. So, you know, it kind of depends on how you view that. But overall, like I said, bad choice. They didn't really see the big picture here and how much people disliked Hasan, and it was reflected in the like-dislike ratio. And I look at the latest episode. They uploaded another episode after the Hasan one, and that one has a somewhat abnormal amount of dislikes compared to their usual video. I think people are still mad about this, and they're still channeling their frustration through another lightning rod, which at this point is any episode uploaded, but obviously it's died down a lot. So I don't think...
Yeah, that'll start to fizzle out over time. Like, yeah, it might be your first fuck up, but it's a pretty big fuck up. So yeah, you might get some stragglers disliking your shit. The only thing you can do is ignore them and move on. They'll start to fizzle out eventually.
That's going to continue for a bunch of episodes in the future, but for now, that's really what we got. Okay, I think it's the main takeaways is that they acknowledge they underestimated the reaction the public would have to this. Hasan's not going to be on the podcast anymore, it sounds like. And pretty much...
Good.
There was a lot of people from outside the community or outside their subscription base that were coming in to jump in on the video. And yeah, that's pretty much everything we need to know here. And that's about it. So as always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time. Hey, what's up, guys? Ruff here.
Oh, shit. No, quit it. Hasan Piker is 200% fucked. What did you guys think of Connor's response? I thought he handled that pretty well. I thought he handled that pretty well. That's probably as good as a response as you could probably get from a controversy on the internet. I wasn't expecting a response. Like, part of me thought they would just ignore it. Just pretend it didn't exist and just keep moving. I wonder if Connor had people, like, in his chat, like, asking him questions about it. And they wouldn't let up. So he felt like he had to address it. Let's see what else is going on. Oh, dude, what? Are they gonna prosecute AOC, dude? Their only redemption is bringing him on again and calling the cops midway. They need to do a special How to Catch a Predator episode of Hasan Piker Trash Chase. Just have him on again and send him to the gulags halfway through. The only trash taste redemption. But yeah, it looks like that's all the news about Hassan Piker. He got suspended for promoting and killing a senator. AOC sent a message to Homeland Security or something, basically begging for info. I have a decoy voice video up that we can watch about it right now. I don't know how you feel about Shrek, but apparently they released a teaser for a 5th movie? What the fuck? They need to stop making Shrek movies, bro. Like, they had 3 masterpieces. This is the problem with Hollywood, bro. You get a successful franchise, and then they want to keep dragging it on until it dies. Or until it overstays its welcome, and then they're just dragging a corpse. And then they're beating the dead horse for freaking decades. Like, they need to knock it off. What's good, Black Anime Lover Mon? Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. We're about to watch this decoy voice video. AOC's in trouble, you guys. AOC's in trouble, you guys. We got Wasteland Legoshi over here giving us a synopsis. Hold on, let's see what this is. She was begging for any info they could give her about Homan's case against her because despite her shown as an... she still tries to play it tough. Despite being shown as an idiot by him 6 years ago, she still tries to play tough. Ooh. Yeah, she tries to be this, like, hard-ass New Yorker. But she's just a corrupt politician like the rest of them. She started as a bartender. Now she's like, what? The whole fucking... What up, Ace? Good to see you, bruh. We're about to watch Decoy Voice. He literally just dropped this like 5 minutes ago. I think, right? Yeah, 9 minutes ago this dropped. So we're about to see this shit. 3, 2, 1, go.
If ICE comes to your workplace, if ICE comes to your door, you do not have to open the door. And if they want to keep asking you questions, you say, I would like to speak to my attorney. In New York and California, you have a right to an attorney, including if you are undocumented or anything.
That up to DOJ when I find disturbance to any member.
Not AOC helping people avoid the law enforcement. Oh no. Oh no, not that.
Or Congress wants to educate.
Yeah, it sounds like abetting criminals. Yeah, exactly. Not AOC abetting criminals. Oh no. What are we gonna do about this?
People how they evade law enforcement.
Homan was upset, I suppose, because he felt that you were giving advice to people who were here illegally.
Mm-hmm.
Were you?
I was giving advice to all of my constituents. Yeah. There is a member of the Trump administration who is threatening and seeks to open an inquiry. And are you going to do it?
For far too long, the leftists just felt like they could openly commit crimes and nobody on the other side would be willing to go after them.
That's how corrupt they are, dude. They're just committing crimes out in the open. Like, what? They're just... What? This is actually kind of insane. I just checked the comments on the original videos. I've never seen such a vitriolic set of comments on CDawg content before. Yeah, same, dude. I didn't actually go to the comments, but I don't put it past them. They got away with aiding and abetting criminals for 8 years and thought round 2 with the Cheeto Man would be easy as the last time. Right? Nope. It's a very different administration this time. It's a very different administration than the first Trump administration, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, they might actually press charges. Constituents, ma'am, if you mention ICE and ways to avoid them, we know who you're talking to. Exactly. She is helping illegal criminals avoid law enforcement. That is obstruction of justice, isn't it? Isn't that obstruction of justice? Sounds like obstruction of justice.
As traditionally, prosecuting your political enemies was seen as antithetical to democracy, so these Democrats could assume they were safe, as the first time Trump talked about going after Democrats.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
Oh! He said because you'd be in jail.
Headlines like these were everywhere. As CNN reported, Trump threatens to jail her if he wins the election. So after Trump won in 2016, he just let her be and moved on. But ever since the left actually prosecuted Trump and convicted him of several felonies, he may not feel the same way he did before.
What do you say to people who worry that targeting an individual firm or individuals who aren't Jack Smith?
Excuse me, I've been targeted for 4 years. Longer than that. So you don't tell me about targeting. I was the target of corrupt politicians for 4 years, and then 4 years after that. So don't talk to me about targeting.
As they actually put...
Oh, fuck. Trump ain't fucking around, bro. You guys try to throw him in jail, he might return the favor.
Trump in the position of win the election or go to prison. So this administration really feels like the gloves are finally off. Even from the beginning, when he picked his VP, he didn't do the traditional safe thing and select someone to contrast his positions within the party like Pence. He picked another MAGA candidate, doubling down on his existing audience. And although a lot of people would like to see Trump go after AOC, I honestly believe it would backfire. The same way the Democrats thought a Trump with 34 felonies would hurt his chances, it only served as a rallying point for his base.
That is true. That is fair.
And even though I'm not too concerned about an AOC running for president, I 100% believe if she got a mugshot like Trump standing up for a liberal issue by standing against Donald Trump, that would catapult her career forward faster than anything. As she might not be the smartest person, but neither was Biden.
I promised I was going to have a candidate that looked like America. And it does.
What the fuck? What in the uncanny valley is going on? Oh my god, he looks dead, bro. They just weekend at Bernie's, this motherfucker.
Minorities, more women, more labor. I'm serious. Think about it.
And before the entire mainstream media turned against him after his horrendous debate performance, every Democrat in the country was 100% behind Biden, so the bar for Democrat presidential candidates has never been lower. They just had to play the part. She despises Elon Musk.
Elon Musk is not a scientist. He is not an engineer. He is a billionaire con man with a lot of money. He does not have this kind of good background.
Talks to her voters.
He starts businesses. What are you talking about, bitch? He starts businesses and then blows them up into fucking multi-billionaire, like billion-dollar industries. Like, that's insane. He started Tesla.
Just like they're kindergartners.
Understand that authoritarians are kind of like the wizard in The Wizard of Oz.
And has brief moments of clarity.
Wherever there's a hypocritical window, for example,
I like Sbarro a lot. If you're talking about imported beers, I like Sbarro a lot. That's the only one that I've had of the choices that you have presented in the chat, sir. I used to work for a hibachi restaurant, and they had Sbarro in the back. And after work, I would slam one of them down, and it tasted good. So I'd probably go with that one.
Example, I think one of the most biggest examples of this is insider trading in Congress. Like,
dude, I don't.
Well, let's.
Dude, was that Jon Stewart? Did you guys hear that Jon Stewart crashed out so hard on the Daily Show that he sliced his hand open? He fucking broke a mug on his desk and cut his hand open. He had to go to the hospital for stitches or some shit. That was fucking funny. Liberal meltdowns never get old, bruh.
Let's be clear. She oftentimes has insights like this, or when she called out the $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill being over 4,000 pages long and only receiving it hours before she was expected to vote on it. But when it comes down to actual action, she does whatever the establishment and Nancy Pelosi tells her to, which sadly makes her the ideal candidate for low information voters and the Democrats. She's a very recognizable figure in pop culture. She says all the things young people want to hear, but still votes 100% in line with the establishment. So I don't think gifting them with a mugshot is going to do much for the cause, because all we really want is this whole culture of crime to stop, and there's other ways to accomplish this. As when ICE conducts raids on Venezuelan gangs,
Keep on going. It took hundreds of them to do this today. How many people did that they get today? They got 5 people.
What the fuck?
If they're shouting and helping these people get away with bullhorns, how is that legal?
You're exactly right. When they come to they cross the line of impediment, and that's why I'm working very close, starting this morning with Department of Justice, and where do they cross that line of impediment? So they may find themselves in a pair of handcuffs very soon.
As AOC giving out pretty much the most bare bones legal advice ever in English, that shouldn't be happening, but I don't know how effective that is compared to these groups straight up impeding police activity and protecting criminal gangs, as this should be the most open and shut case ever. And they aren't the only ones, as this lady in Colorado is giving them specific instructions.
Dude, why do they want criminals here so badly? I don't understand. Having illegal immigrants here is an insult to the immigrants that came here legally. Why would you want them here? I don't understand. Bruh. So Elon Musk went on Joe Rogan's podcast. I watched that yesterday. And he mentioned that they're bringing illegal immigrants here to try to turn them into blue voters. So that's why they don't want them to go home. And that was actually a theory that I had up on a Neff News episode back in the day, I think. They wanted to bring immigrants here, turn them into blue voters, and then turn the entire country into a one-party state. We will never, ever have a Republican representative ever again, and it would be locked into a socialist country. That's when we would really have communism. And that's what they were trying to do with all these illegal immigrants. They were going to make it illegal to show ID when you vote. A Democrat was going to win, and then America would fall and become a communist empire. And Trump being elected is the only thing that stopped him. So that's why they're trying to impede ICE so badly, because Trump's getting all these motherfuckers out. Get out.
And all the way in California, there are similar groups.
Get out! Migra afuera! Get out! Immigration! Get out! It's not welcome here!
We are super happy to report that once the agents saw that they were being recorded and that the people were alerting the community with the megaphone, nobody was taken.
ICE not speaking to the specific incident other than to say it was not a raid or sweep.
And over in Illinois, they're actually providing them with supplies.
The threat of mass deportations has meant more people are afraid to come to the store to get the items they need.
Now we're having to shift a lot of our operations to being mobile.
Are you singing the DK rap in the chat, dude? You never cease to crack me up, Ace. DK. Donkey Kong. I haven't played that game since the 90s, bro. Or the early 2000s. I used to have that shit. I used to have that game.
Because people are afraid to leave the house.
Right now, volunteers are scrambling to pack up this store because the location has been sold, and they're going to need help from the community in order to continue their work.
These left-wing groups have become so comfortable with crime, they don't mind doing interviews with the local news or even giving their groups official names for people to track them down by. But what's insane is people on TikTok are actually coming together to set up ICE trackers.
Yesterday, as you can see in the map behind me, was a pretty busy day with total of 235 reportings on the map. Big hotspots yesterday included the Aurora, Denver, Colorado area.
And she wasn't the only one, as they're out there doing daily updates on how to evade law enforcement.
This is the second cop that was spotted by Point Ruston in Tacoma. This one specifically wasn't undercover. Watch out, guys. Starting off, there was a tip that was posted last night.
So they're all just posting their L's, dude. You are all admitting to criminal activity. What are you doing? You are all obstructing justice. You are aiding and abetting a criminal. What are you doing? And you're announcing it. You're broadcasting it to the internet. What the fuck? Are you all retarded? What the hell? Redacted? I like that better. Are you all redacted?
Night that off Chrome Avenue in Homestead, Florida, they were supposed to be walking the street all day. It seems that they have started that around 10:23 a.m. So at 7:50 a.m. at 3 Avenue Northwest.
Oh, so it's just this one bitch. Alright, well, she needs to go to jail. Somebody tell Cash Patel. Somebody turn this bitch into Cash Patel. Hey, Cash. We got somebody here. Tom Homan. Arrest this lady.
West in Renton, Washington, they were parked. There's 2 reports of that.
I know some people thought this would be aiding and abetting. Tom Homan was calling it impediment, but I honestly wonder if they can get charged for harboring a fugitive, as a misconception the left has about these ICE raids is they aren't just looking for random people without papers. They're only going after known criminals, where they can turn themselves in, or if they have to go out and find them, and they're amongst other undocumented individuals, only then will those people be detained as well. So if they're going after a known criminal, and you have these TikTokers helping them with ICE maps, or providing them with supplies while they hide, or using a megaphone to announce ICE's arrival, I feel like everybody down that line should be at least tried for harboring a fugitive. And should that fugitive go on to commit another crime, these activists should be considered accomplices. Even if they think they're just providing snacks or attending a protest in a parking lot, if these feds were looking for a criminal and you help them get away to commit another crime, you are equally as guilty in my mind. And that's the problem these people have.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I mean, it's not even in your mind. They are actually committing a crime. You are obstructing justice. You are committing a crime.
As they have no idea who these individuals they're assisting are, or what their criminal records might be. They just know this is a Donald Trump initiative, so by default, they just want to be loudly against it. But if this administration just goes across the...
Do you know how many child predators we've deported? So many, dude. Like they're actually broadcasting the deportations. I've seen some fucking child predators. I've seen some rapists, some murderers, people with rap sheets a mile long, dude. All these people are going back to their country. Like, why would you be against that? This isn't the dishwasher at Applebee's, okay? This isn't the janitor or the greeter at Walmart, you know, that they're deporting. Old abuela. This isn't old abuela. You know, who has 2 grandkids, and then these are child traffickers. They are child trafficking murderers. Jesus Christ.
The country and very publicly arrest these groups for very serious crimes with long prison sentences. I imagine this would all disappear within weeks. As remember all those oil activists? It seemed like every single month they were cementing themselves to the streets, spray painting airplanes or putting orange paint over paintings, until they threw serious prison sentences to a bunch of them all at the same time. And for over 5 months, we haven't heard a single thing about them since. It's almost like the criminal justice system actually works when it's actually allowed to work. But we'll see what Tom Homan and Donald Trump actually do, as you don't want them to not arrest somebody based on the backlash politically, but at least it looks like they're finally gonna deliver. So if you appreciate my...
Facts. Dude, I've been seeing a lot of deportations, so they're doing what they promised. Iconic rap. Yep, the DK rap is iconic, bro. One of the most iconic. I have that on my Nintendo 64 emulator too, I think. That and Conquer the Squirrel. And a lot of Zelda games. That's what I've been doing with my emulators. I'm betting my favorite that these are people are under the killer love or just plain emotionally manipulated. Yeah, I think they're just want to oppose Trump, just to oppose Trump. They don't know any details. They're just like, oh, this is a Trump thing, so automatically we have to be against it, even though we're committing a literal crime. I think it's insanely bold that they think ICE is capable of deporting every single illegal or something. Yeah, it's not like they can find every single illegal. These are people with actual deportation orders that haven't been honored. That's where they started. They started with people with outstanding warrants, people with deportation orders, people that were already supposed to be gone, but are for some reason still here. Let's go. Conker's Bad Fur Day. I played that all the way through, almost all the way through over the break. That song, that game was fucking so good, dude. That game was so fucking funny. Definitely a classic, a rare classic. I never had an actual physical copy of Conker's Bad Fur Day, because I actually just discovered that it was a thing. Didn't have that when I was a kid. But I've had plenty of other rareware games. Dude, I fucking agree 100%. Like, I don't even have any actual systems anymore. Like, they're all at my mom's house. So, like, I had everything. I had the fucking Nintendo 64, the GameCube, the Wii. Every time Zelda would come out on a new console, I would get the console just to have the Zelda game. I had Xbox. Now I don't have anything except the PlayStation that I don't even play anymore because I'm a PC gamer. So, like, to be able to play all of these old school games and get a whole kick of nostalgia. Oh, it just shoots the dopamine straight into my brain, into my veins, bro. Shoot me in the face with that dopamine. What is the Donkey Kong experience? It's not something that's gonna get my stream taken down, is it? Is this why Ace started singing Donkey Kong? This is really funny because I was watching Joe Rogan last night. DK interviews Eggman and Shadow. I think this is the Shadow the Hedgehog one.
The Donkey Kong Experience.
Boom! And we're live with a dude who's so shady, he's a shadow. How's it going, my brother from another mother, who is a hedgehog, I guess?
Good. Well, I do well.
I bet you do well, bro. You know, your wiki page says you're the ultimate life force.
Life form. But yeah, that's me.
And under power.
Right, bro's been awake for like 3 weeks. I'm gonna have the DK rap stuck in my head now. Dude, right? It's gonna be fucking everywhere now. Like in my head, dude. I'm gonna be just freaking doing the dishes like, he's the leader of the bunch. You know him well. He's finally back to kick some tail.
Power and abilities. Yo, this just keeps going.
You might have to accept cookies.
But okay, walk with me here.
You might have to accept cookies to see my accomplishments.
You have super speed.
Natch.
You can teleport.
Yep.
You can throw energy spears.
Wait, I see where you're going with this.
And you're immortal, like a vampire or a Highlander. So...
It's been 20 years since...
Why do you use a gun?
Man, it was the 2000s, okay? It was either use a gun or get a tribal tattoo.
Yeah, I know.
I liked his guns. That's how you knew it wasn't a regular Shadow the Hedgehog game. He has his gun.
I was there. Let's just say Mario didn't pick the gun. You know what I mean?
From what I remember, you were strapped back in those days. And I don't mean like the N64 expansion pack.
Oh, you mean Gunnifer Aniston here?
Yeah.
Did he say Gunnifer Aniston? Bro, that's fucking funny. It's his coconut guns. Dude, it's his coconut guns. Fuck yeah, dude.
It fires coconuts, right?
Hell,
Murica!
yeah.
If he shoots you, it's gonna kill you.
Wait, what?
If you shoot someone, they die. Why else would anyone use guns?
I guess. I mean, first off, guns are for self-defense. If I see a googly-eyed beaver waddling over my direction, I could be in danger of them looking at me or even talking to me. So I gotta do whatever it takes to avoid that beaver bother, right? That's just the law of the jungle. And hey, it's only coconuts anyway. That's on the E for everyone side of things as far as guns.
That's fun. That's on the E for everyone side of things as far as guns go. Dude, right? That's fucking, that's funny.
Go.
Yeah, about that. I want to show you something. Let's...
Oh shit, he pulled out the 9. Oh no.
Trade for a sec.
Oh, come to Daddy Kong.
So that beauty right there, Courtney Glocks, by the way.
Nice.
That...
Oh my god. Oh, these fucking pistol puns. I can't do it. I can't survive through this video. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Courtney Glocks. What the fuck?
Pistol shoots regular bullets that are smaller than the tip of your pinky finger, and it'll still rip up flesh, ignite red explosive barrels to burn your enemies alive, whatever. Unless you're using Matt LeBlanc's. Just came up with that one.
Did he say Magna Blanks? What the fuck?
You know, Lanky loved throwing those red barrels everywhere. Haven't seen that guy around lately.
Okay, so compare that with your... What's this branch here?
You like that? It's an all-natural crosshair.
Right. So instead of bullets, you're talking about shooting something the size of your head, faster than the speed of sound. There's no way this coconut gun doesn't liquefy everyone it hits.
Dude, that's facts, though. That's like having a mini cannon. It's like having a portable cannon. Like, yeah, that's gonna rip a head off. Shadow, right? Based Shadow.
Wow, I never thought of that.
You never thought about the carnage you were creating with your giant gun? Because it sounds pretty rad.
Not really. I mean,
it sounds pretty rad. Facts though. I dig it. I dig the coconut gun. The cannon sidearm. He got the cannon sidearm DLC.
When I shoot, just sort of falls over and disappears. Out of sight, out of mind. Nobody, no crime. You know how it is,
I
huh?
just want to point out how terrifying it is that you both just happened to bring live firearms to the studio. Remember what happened when Megatron came on the show?
Look what I can do.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh shit! They did a cutaway gag. Oh my god, that's fucking funny.
Out though, this is for self-defense. If anyone tries shit, I'm ready to make them a stain on my wall. Same reason you still have your pop guns. It's the law of the jungle, remember?
Okay, 1, I don't think the law of the jungle applies to Decepticons. 2, my pop guns shoot peanuts. And 3, I left them at home, locked in a closet, because...
Is that Diddy? Uh-oh. It's Diddy Kong. Uh-oh. We got Diddy in the studio, you guys. Oh no, we got Diddy in the studio, you guys.
Because, like both of you, I don't wear pants and don't have a way or reason to carry guns to a podcast recording.
I'm not dealing with this right now. Diddy, cut his mic.
You want me to cut my own mic?
Did I
Said Diddy cut his mic. Oh fuck. Diddy Kong. Oh, that is too funny. Did he do it? Did he do it? Did he cut the mic? Almost thought he said Metaton. Oh, Metatron.
My, is that? It's hammer time!
Oh shit.
Every day from now on will be tinged with gold. What are friends for?
Oh shit. Amy get her own fucking action film. That's actually that looked kind of badass. I might watch that. That was great. That was fucking funny. This reminds me of The Shadow. Oh, you're a mod, so it's not going to ban your link. Hold on. I'll... What is this? Alright, I can pull this up. Fuck it. Just give me a second. This is a good change of pace from the news. You know, sometimes you gotta take a break from the news every once in a while. Watch some shit posting. Let's go. We've been winning too hard on the MAGA side for there to be real news that isn't exactly what we expect from an amazing leadership. I know, right? Dude, you know, we're just winning too hard. Sometimes we just gotta take a break from it. Watch some shit. That's why the only video I dropped this weekend was me complaining about the Epstein client list. I was gonna make a whole fucking other thing, but then I was like, you know what? We need a break. Maybe we just need a break from from the news. So I played video games instead, and I'm actually fine with watching watching this shit. Take it. Sometimes we just need a little break. So what is this? What is this? Let's see what this is. Shadow, you have to ban the spam bot. 2, 1.
Warning! Spambot has breached containment. All personnel must private their accounts immediately. Do not open any links. Repeat, Spambot has breached containment.
That Spambot was headed towards Grandfather's comment section. It's
What the fuck? That spam bot was headed towards Grandpa's comment section. What the fuck? Why is this so fucking... Oh, this is so good. This is so good already. I'm not even American. I'm sick of hearing your news. Dude, right? It's all over the place. Don't get me wrong. I am happy with the transparency. I like the fact that it's being broadcasted everywhere. I like that. But you know, sometimes we do get news fatigue on this channel. We do get news fatigue on this channel. And that sometimes I have a hard time figuring out what else I should talk about. Whenever I do get, fatigued from the news. So this is a good change of pace. I don't mind laughing at these animations and these why does this sound like this sounds like how they would talk in like 2099 or some shit. This is what Gen Z brain rot is going to evolve into. That spam bot is heading towards Grandpa's comment section.
It's going to flood his replies.
It's going to flood his replies.
Don't worry, I'll be your moderator. It's time for the banhammer.
Dude, I can't. Oh my god. It's time for the banhammer. We're gonna lay down the banhammer. That's so fucking funny. Oh my god.
First, you'll be last after I beat your ass.
Let's appreciate the effort he puts into his content.
How about you appreciate my fist in your face?
I touch myself to this fight scene.
Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Why is this so good? Why do I picture this being like an actual something that would happen on the internet? Like, oh my god, this is so fucking good. This is so funny.
Link in bio.
I wouldn't want to see that even if you gave it away for free.
PS5 giveaway. Click this.
Shut up! You're hiding all the real comments!
You're hiding all the real comments.
No. This isn't a meme. It's something far worse. My backstory. They're taking it seriously.
How does one think of this? Like, what the fuck? This is so fucking funny. This is what the internet was made for.
But I'm just an edgelord.
I'm just an edgelord. Oh my god. I'm just an edgelord. I'm not high enough for this.
Back. I can't have nuance again. Ugh.
Maria!
Are they really giving my tragic past this kind of attention? Ah, shit, they even got lore.
They even
Looks
got
like
lore.
I have a choice
Oh my god, dude. This is so good.
to make. Do I face my past and everything that comes with it? Or do I hide the pain behind memes? I think the choice is clear. New instruction! Show me pictures of Latinas!
What the fuck? The Shadow was trying to ban the spam bot. That's what movies are gonna look like in like in the next 100 years. The next 20 years. The next generation is gonna look just like that. People just talking in the English language is gonna devolve to just to memes and shit posting and brain rot. Time to lay the banhammer. That spam bot's making a beeline for Grandpa's comment section. He's gonna flood the replies. That was fucking funny. This is what the internet was made for. Memes and shit posting. But yeah, unplugging from politics every now and then is good for you. Even though I just watched a couple of those. Let's see what else is going on. Now I'm getting all this Shadow the Hedgehog shit recommended to me. That was good though. That was fucking hilarious. Oh shit, everybody talking about the Hassan Piker shit and the Ukraine stuff. That seems to be all that my homepage is, bruh. Y'all watched the Matt Morse TV from 4 days ago? I don't think I've ever seen him. What is that? I think that's all the news I'm aware of outside the Phantom Forces trying to make a comeback. Did I suggest Matt Morse? Hold on, let me look that up. That might be somebody that I used to watch and just forgot about. No, that was not us. I don't think I watched this guy. I've seen him in my recommended before. Oh shit, what is this? Ever seen mixing video game power-ups? What is that? I have not seen that. leaked NSA chat logs. Uh-oh. Leaked NSA chat logs? Wait, is this the shit that Tulsi Gabbard found? Dude, I think I remember this shit. Hold on. Oh yeah, I did hear about this. Breath of the Wild is one of my favorite games, bro. I'm a huge Zelda nerd, as you can tell from the background. I've got Tears of the Kingdom on my shelf right now. Welcome back, Xander. Good to see you. No, NSA, not NASA. NSA. So, Tulsi Gabbard is now our director of national security or some shit. National intelligence. And she found chat logs in the NSA that was like extremely sexually explicit. There was like a whole ass group chat. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. And while I have heard about these leaks, I have not seen any video coverage of them. And the news moves faster than the speed of light, so this news is probably already irrelevant because it's 4 days old. But I still wouldn't mind watching it because I am interested in what Tulsi Gabbard found. Leaked NSA chat logs just destroy the Democrats. 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has just uncovered a massive and frankly disgusting scandal going on inside of the NSA, the National Security Agency. Take a look at this.
More than 100 intelligence officers are being fired for participating in sexually explicit conversations in National Security Agency chat rooms, all while on the clock.
You hear that? More than 100 NSA...
Yep, they were getting a taxpayer salary to fucking talk sex in the chat, in a group chat, in a work chat. Like, what the fuck? This is what was going on in our government.
Intelligence officers were using official government chat rooms for their own private group sexting sessions. Absolutely disgusting. These are the people that are supposed to be protecting the American public, and instead, they're using taxpayer-funded resources to have cybersex all day.
Thank you.
Unfreaking believable. But okay, so what happens to all of these NSA agents that have been engaging in this sort of behavior?
What we're going to do has already been done. There are over 100 people from across the intelligence community that contributed to and participated in this, what is really just an egregious violation of trust. What to speak of like basic rules and standards around professionalism. I put out a directive today that they all will be terminated and their security.
The work chat roleplay is insane. Right, dude? What the fuck? You are taking income tax out of my paycheck to have cyber sex with your coworkers. What the fuck? This is what I'm paying for? My roads look like Swiss cheese, but oh, you can sodomize each other virtually. Oh, that's fantastic.
The clearances will be revoked.
So here's the deal, folks. That's all the absolute minimum of what should be done, in my opinion. Like we said earlier, these people are supposed to be our nation's top intelligence officers, working diligently to protect the American public from God knows what type of threats. Instead, however, they were abusing their position within the federal government for their own purposes.
Ew! What is that? What is that? Fucking what? Who let Jabba the Hutt in here? Why is that? This is fucking Looks like the lady from shit. What was that one Pixar movie? That fucking lady behind the counter, fucking with the glasses. Oh shit, which one was that? Was that Monsters Inc? There was something. It was some fucking who? What is this fucking monster-looking ass bitch? Ew.
Perverse satisfaction. And now, folks, Tulsi is going to keep breaking all of this down for us, but I want to say it real quick. If you guys enjoy the daily news coverage, please consider subscribing to the channel because it really does help a lot with my daily struggle against the YouTube algorithm. But okay, so what else was really going on here?
But the thing here, Jesse, is like we got to take a step back because
I like this guy's voice. He has a very narrator voice. Hit the like and subscribe so I can my YouTube algorithm. I like his cadence. I'm gonna subscribe. I have subscribed.
because this is just barely scratching the surface when you see what these people were saying. And thanks to Chris Rufo for putting it all out online. They were brazen in using an NSA platform intended for professional use to conduct this kind of really horrific behavior. And they were brazen in doing this because when was the last time anyone was really held accountable? Certainly not over the last 4 years, certainly not over the last 10, maybe 20 years. When we look at some of the biggest violations of the American people's trust in the intelligence communities.
Well, here's the thing, guys.
Tulsi Gabbard looks like Rogue from X-Men. She's got that silver hair thingy. Like Rogue from X-Men. Anyways, yeah. That was a hired head of health or something by Biden. Of course it was. Oh, that was the government security. That was the secretary in charge of transing the children. That's what that looked like. That was the person who had Robert Kennedy's fucking old job. No, new job. That is the person that RFK took the job from. The words are there. You guys can piece it together into a coherent sentence in your brains.
Of the American people's trust in the intelligence communities.
Well, here's the thing, guys. Not only were these people not being held accountable for this sort of behavior, it's actually much worse than that. You see, these perverse national intelligence agents actually had the full diversity, equity, and inclusion endorsement from the Biden administration.
Of course.
Meaning that this sort of behavior wasn't just tolerated, no, it was explicitly endorsed.
Of course it was. They fucking... There was video footage that dropped of 2 fucking senators having butt sex in the Senate. On the Senate floor. And then it was just wiped from the internet and then nobody talked about it no more. Yeah, this is the type of shit that they do. This is their whole movement. It's a very demonic, very sexually explicit, weirdly interested in children type of movement. And ooh, Donald Trump stopped their agenda.
And so, folks, we're going to take a look at everything that went on here, but as a warning, these people were sick in the head, so maybe some viewer discretion here is advised.
The messages, dating back 2 years, revealed employees from various intelligence agencies discussing their experiences with gender reassignment surgery, artificial genitalia.
Oh shit, these are the leaks. Wait, what? Yeah. Fucking, what did I say? They were fucking having gay sex on the floor of the Senate while nobody was in there. And for some reason, they filmed it, and it ended up on Twitter. And then, like, fucking 3 weeks later, it was scrubbed from the internet. And nobody talked about it again. That was... Oh, whoops. My bad. You gotta... This is the type of people they are. I am sorry to bring back such a traumatic memory. But... This was what almost won in November. If not for, Trump. This is what would have won if that bullet didn't hit his ear and like actually made contact with his brain. We almost had this timeline so many times in the last few months. It is insane to me. And these are the fucking leaks talking about sex changes and shit. Oh, fucking gross.
And polyamory. Other messages,
of course,
included graphic descriptions of laser hair removal, hormone replacement therapy, and breast augmentation. But some discussions included talks about sexual arousal post-operation and other lewd sexual experiences, including weekend gangbangs.
What? Oh, God. See, this is what they should have did with the Epstein files. Drop it like that. Obviously, they're redacting names. But the messages are there. Like, that was fucking gross. They were talking about arousal after surgery, so that just plays into the whole fetish thing. That it's actually a fetish and it's not actually helping people. It's just playing into a fetish. America, you good? Oh, we good now? We're getting there. We are healing. We are healing. Okay. We did take a little head injury there, you know, but we are healing. We're working towards healing. There are still people defying Trump and shit. But we're working on it. We're working on it. Fucking, but this just totally solidifies the theory that this is all just a fetish and it's not actually a mental illness that any of these motherfuckers actually have. So they're aroused after sex changes, talking about orgies, and fucking like, bro. This was the National Security Agency. Like, what the fuck? This was a top branch of government. Like, what the hell? This is insane.
Included talks about sexual arousal post-operation and other lewd sexual experiences, including weekend gangbangs.
Ew.
According to the City Journal, the sex chat.
Weekend gangbangs. So it's like a regular thing. Jesus Christ, we had these demons in our fucking White House. Like, what the fuck?
Were under the guise of the NSA's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, with activists at the agency using LGBTQ+ employee resource groups to turn their sexual desires into official work duties. A current NSA employee told the City Journal the groups, quote, spent all day recruiting activists and holding meetings with titles including pride and transgender community inclusion to ultimately talk about sex.
Absolutely disgusting behavior. And did you guys catch that last part? These disgusting national intelligence agents were recruiting people to their perverse taxpayer-funded chat rooms under the guise of diversity, equity, and inclusion. You know, there's actually something kind of funny about all of this in a depressing way. The last time we all got an NSA leak, it was from Edward Snowden, and we learned that the government was spying on all of us. With this, however, we've discovered that all these people at the NSA do is have online group cybersex sessions. So what that means is that 12 years ago, the NSA was corrupt, yeah, but at least in an arguably productive way.
Yeah, dude, we're living in a simulation. What the fuck? This is proof. This is proof. The Matrix is real. We're living in a simulation. There's no way this is real life. Fucking, the last 4 years feels like a dream, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like a nightmare that we're just waking up from.
These days, they're just sexting each other and doing nothing all day. What does that mean? They're all too incompetent to even be productively corrupt. But okay. So how is the NSA internally handling all of this?
Intelligence agencies were told to identify employees who participated in these sexually explicit chat room conversations and terminate their employment by Friday. In a statement, the NSA says potential misuse of these platforms by a small group does not.
Like, I'm sorry, you need to fire everybody and then they can reapply. That's what you need to do. The corruption runs too deep, dude. You don't know how many double agents there are. You just need to fire everyone and then they can reapply for their positions.
Represent the community, adding that investigations are ongoing.
A small group? We're talking about hundreds of people here. And like we said earlier, hundreds of people weren't behaving like this under a veil of secrecy, no. This behavior was out in the open in broad daylight and explicitly endorsed by the Biden administration. Because that's the only way that makes sense that hundreds of people think it's acceptable to behave like this. But you know what? Okay, take a look at what Tulsi Gabbard herself had to say about all of this.
Today's action in holding these individuals accountable is just the beginning of what we're seeing across the Trump administration, which is carrying out the mandate the American people gave him. Clean house, root out that rot and corruption and weaponization and politicization so we can start to rebuild that trust in these institutions that are charged with an important mission of serving the American people, ensuring our safety, security, and freedom.
And folks, yeah, that's really
based Tulsi Gabbard.
Really what it's all about. This is sort of what I was talking about with that Snowden joke I made earlier. It's one thing if our intelligence agencies are corrupt, but in this case, they're hedonistic, incompetent, and just completely disgusting. It also makes you wonder, if this sort of stuff was going on at the National Security Agency, the NSA, one of our country's top intelligence agencies, where else is this sort of behavior going on? In fact, now that I really think about it, now that this news has broke, I'd imagine that government employees across the country are probably scurrying to delete their own compromising chat logs. But you know what? That's probably a good thing.
The paper shredder's the hardest working government official right now.
I don't know about you guys, maybe call me old-fashioned, but I just don't personally think that government employees should be using taxpayer-funded resources as an outlet with which to talk about their profane sexual fetishes. So hey, thank God that Tulsi Gabbard is our new Director of National Intelligence, thank God that President Trump is back in the White House, and also thank God that this sort of behavior is finally getting shut down. Although, as I think we'd all agree here, this sort of behavior never should have been happening in the first place. I'm telling you guys, as more of this stuff just continues to get uncovered, it becomes clearer and clearer that this country really could not have survived another 4 years of Biden.
We fucking dodged a bullet so hard, bro. We have a literal physical representation of some of the bullet that we dodged with this whole fucking shit, dude. Donald Trump dodging the bullet in Pennsylvania is the accurate representation of what we just did as a country. We have dodged a bullet in not electing Kamala Harris. They would have just kept on with that shit.
Or God forbid, Kamala. Do you guys think that this sort of disgusting behavior would have been stopped under a Kamala Harris presidency? I sure don't. Because hey, it seems to me that under their leadership, this country was not only becoming financially bankrupt, it's worse than that, it was becoming morally bankrupt as well. But you know what, folks, I think that's going to be a wrap for this video, so please go to...
That was a good video. Yeah, I had heard about the sex chat, but I didn't know any details about it. Now I'm, now I kind of wish, I'm jealous of the ignorance that I had earlier. Trump caught the bullet Kung Fu Hustle style, dude, right? Oh, Kung Fu Hustle was such a good movie. When the creatures at the bottom of the ocean are less horrifying than the government, you done fucked up, right? Dude, Biden and Harris looked like demons right there. Did you fucking see the black in their eyes, dude? Where's the soul? Where's the soul? Look in their eyes and find the soul. Where's the soul? They don't have one. They sold it. You can't see nothing. Nothing behind those eyes. They are smiling puppets. Nothing but a Jeff Dunham in the background, pulling all the strings with a hand firmly up their ass, telling them what to say. They are just the ventriloquist puppets of the Democrat establishment. Shit. Biden might have one. He's definitely corrupt, though. He definitely took all that money. Kamala Harris, you can't even see nothing. What even is that? She has fucking nothing. No soul. Just slept her way to the top. And to be the Democrat puppet. Speaking of Trump, there was this video I wanted to watch from the liberal hive mind that just dropped. Somebody connected the dots on Trump's master plan, and I'm curious. I'm curious as to the theory. We need to look at the Trump master plan lore. We need to look at the patch notes and see what's coming with this update, you guys. What's going on with what's Trump's plan for the game? You know, what updates are we gonna get in the future?
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. You know, usually when I record these videos, I like to build this sort of meta point in the intro, and then spend the rest of the video reinforcing that point. But sometimes I don't have as much of a clear direction. Sometimes I just stumble upon a clip that I think is absolutely incredible. And today's exactly one of those videos. I got one of those clips that popped up on my timeline, and the moment I was finished watching it, I just said, yep, this is going on the channel. So we're about to get into that shortly, but this video is actually brought to you guys by a sponsor, so let's first play that clip. This video
American Hartford Gold. Oh, we need to fucking stock up on that gold, bro. Everybody's buying up all the gold. Everybody, if you have gold shit, keep it. We're gonna have to fucking start hoarding all the gold. Because countries are buying that shit up. Ooh, Hive Mind, love this. Yeah, dude, this guy uploads like fucking 5 videos a day. Fucking goals. I want to get to a point where I'm uploading every day. It's so difficult. Anyways, I like Liberal Hive Mind. I watch a lot of his shit. He comes with the receipts.
video is brought to you guys by American Hartford Gold. Listen, folks.
I'm sorry, buddy. We're going to skip your ad. Everybody go buy gold. Everybody go buy gold.
Mind to 65532. A huge thank you to American Hartford Gold. Now back.
They're sponsoring you. They're not sponsoring me.
Back to the video. Okay, so back on subject here. Let's go ahead and play this clip that I found. This is Victor Davis Hanson chiming in on some of the things that the Democratic media is going on about these days. Take a look.
Just like Obama did, he fired almost everybody. I can tell you I was on the American Battlefield Monuments Commission, an apolitical. As soon as Obama came in, he fired me. And he fired every Republican on that commission. And I don't blame him. That was what he wanted, people on the same team. But Trump didn't. So he's going to do what most people do, get a team in there. And he's going to get people who don't fit that background of Merrick Garland, Laura.
Daily Neff uploads sound like an amazing coffee routine, but sadly I feel like they'd have less effort put into them. They would probably. Like, unless I'm doing that full time. Because they would probably be like every other day if I do upload more often. Or I would go from once a week to twice a week. Maybe upload once in the middle of the week. Because I do need a break. I'll get burnt out. There's only so many funny skits that I can make. I need time to recharge my battery.
Lloyd Austin, Blinken, Sullivan. So he said, to make sure that these people understand what I'm dealing with, I'm going to pick people who have been targeted by these people. Let's see, National Institute of Health, that is the most important of all the organizations. And under Francis Collins, they targeted people. In fact, they targeted Jay Bhattacharya from Stanford. They went after him. I'll make him the head of it. They targeted people. They put surveillance on Kash Patel when he was a congressional. I'm going to make him head of the FBI. Oh, I know. Secretary of Defense. Pete Hegseth wrote a book chronicling all the problems with the revolving door. I'm going to make him the head of the defense part. Oh.
Ooh. Ooh, that's smart. Ooh, I like that. Hold on.
The revolving door. I'm going to make him the head of the defense part. Oh, Director of National Intelligence. Ah, Tulsi Gabbard. She was on a terrorist watch list. She will be the head of the Director of National Intelligence.
Tulsi Gabbard was on a terrorist watch list? What the fuck? She's what?
So that's what he did.
You know, one of the latest cringe talking points from the left is that Trump is somehow wrong or a tyrant or engaging in illegal, unconstitutional action for firing Obama, Biden, DNC loyalists. You know, left-wing deep state operatives who have embedded themselves in federal government. But not only does that argument make no sense legally, it's not unconstitutional, but just the whole premise doesn't really make sense. I mean, that's like complaining that the new CEO is firing employees who are actively trying to sabotage the business. Fundamentally, how could that be a bad thing? That's the first thing. And secondly, as Victor Davis Hanson points out, Obama and Joe Biden did the exact same thing. And of course they did, because that's pretty much how presidential transitions work. You bring your own team to execute your vision. And of course, as the president of the United States, you have the mandate from the people to come in and pretty much unilaterally form government the way that you see fit. And it's got me thinking to when Joe Biden took office, slashed all the Trump executive orders, fired pretty much anyone even remotely connected to Donald Trump. It happened so quick, it was like the first thing that he did. And honestly, I don't...
Because it wasn't him that did it. He was just a figurehead. There was a whole fucking team of Democrats working behind the scenes. Fucking who was it? Who's the secretary? Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson went on a podcast, and he talked about how he was supposed to be the one that meets Joe Biden, the president, because he's like the third in line. So he was like, okay, I'm supposed to be talking to the president like every single day. But they kept telling him that, no, you can't talk to the president. You can't. They kept putting off meetings and shit. And then when he finally does get a meeting with the president, it's not just Biden. It's fucking Biden's there. He's sitting in a chair. Fucking Kamala Harris was there. Chuck Schumer was there. Nancy Pelosi was there. All these fucking Democrats. And then when they asked to get privacy, all the Democrats said no. They were like, no. What the fuck? So who's really the one in power? And then when Mike Johnson asked Biden about a bill that Biden signed, Biden couldn't even remember signing a bill. So like literally these Democrats, this team of Democrat establishment representatives, this bureaucracy would just make a bill, put it in front of Biden, and he would just sign it blindly. And then that's how we've been getting our laws and shit. That's how they've been signing executive orders and shit, cutting the Keystone Pipeline, skyrocketing gas, and all that shit. So it wasn't even Biden.
I don't remember spending too much time covering it at the time. I remember it was happening and we spoke about it, but it wasn't this big constitutional crisis moment. No, it was pretty much par for the course. It was expected. And what's crazy, and I guess maybe a little bit naive, but to give Donald Trump some credit during his first term, that he was coming in with good faith. A lot of people forget this, but as Victor Davis Hanson pointed out, Trump didn't even do mass firings in his first term. He actually tried to work with these people. He kept on a bunch of deep state hacks in his administration because he thought, naively maybe, that he could bring people together genuinely. I mean, imagine.
Yeah, he tried. You really can't negotiate with these people. Like, you can't do it. And he was kind of naive in the first one. He didn't really know what he was doing. But now he's had 8 years to study, 4 years to reflect on his administration, and now he's back and he means business.
Imagine that. The guy that they call an authoritarian actually gave his political enemies a chance instead of returning the favor. And how did that play out? They leaked, they lied, they plotted against him, and they spent over 8 years pushing hoaxes, impeachments, and lawfare, all in an effort to destroy him. That's basically the backstory. And now that everything's happening the way that it's happening, with Donald Trump coming in, sure, with a little bit of a vengeance, nobody's gonna deny that. We're supposed to buy this constitutional crisis crap? Give me a break. None of this is surprising, and again, it's exactly what Trump campaigned on. His campaign was titled the Revenge Tour for a reason, because lessons were learned in the first administration, and moving on to re-election, well, the gloves are off. And at this point, it's evolved into something way bigger. You know, this isn't just about personal vendettas. It's not just about Donald Trump's deep state takedown. This is Trump sending a message to all Americans that the rot will be rooted out. And that was probably the perfect time to segue to the second point, another theme of the Victor Davis Hanson clip, and of course another leftist talking point. You'll always hear the leftist media and the Democrats go on and on about how Donald Trump fancies himself as an authoritarian leader. Remember that talking point from the 2024 election, where they claimed that Donald Trump made a statement at one point that he wanted generals just like Hitler had. And of course, this builds on the greater narrative that they've been constantly pushing, that Donald Trump demands absolute loyalty, and he's firing people who don't fall in line. Donald Trump demands absolute loyalty, and that's the only criteria when hiring someone. Yeah.
Oh shit. What's going on? No, quit it.
I think that's a complete...
They're still pushing this fucking thing. Trump demands loyalty. They're still pushing that narrative. Trying to say that Trump is only firing people. He's not trying to remove the rot out of the government. He's not draining the swamp, you guys. He's only firing all of these people so that he can have a small, select group of loyalists that will do his every bidding. He can make the government small and under his control, and then he's going to usher in a martial law and take the crown and become the king of America. And then the Trump empire will reign for 1,000 years. That's his plan. That's his plan. That's why he's firing all these people. And Elon Musk, Doge, they're not cutting fraud and waste out of the gut. No, they're infiltrating the IRS with all of these teenagers so they can get all of our information and social security numbers and then do something with AI. I don't really know. That much isn't really clear. The conspiracy theory kind of falls apart. But that's what's happening. That's what's happening. So that's why Donald Trump is firing all these people.
Completely bogus narrative. And I think Mr. Hanson connected the dots perfectly. His picks aren't just loyal to him or loyal to his vision. They're people who were targeted by the Obama-Biden corrupt weaponization regime. Tulsi Gabbard, sitting member of Congress at the time, who was put on a terrorist watch list for criticizing Kamala Harris. Think about how insane that is. Government agencies put her on a watch list because she called...
Dude, if there's anybody that needs to be put on a terrorist watch list, it's Hassan Piker. Not Tulsi fucking Gabbard, okay? Leave Tulsi alone.
Out Kamala Harris, the next in line political candidate. Kash Patel, he was smeared by the leftoid media machine because he was one of the few people that was actually exposing the Russia hoax. Even little Adam Schiff personally went after Patel, falsely accusing him of leaking classified information. These are the people that Trump is elevating, and he's basically telling the American people, look at what they did to these people. Look at the level of corruption that we are up against. And this isn't just about exposing corruption, it's about putting the right people in power. I mean, who better to clean house than those who are personally targeted by the same corrupt system that tried to destroy Donald Trump? These aren't career politicians that are looking for cushy government gigs. These are fighters, patriots, people who saw firsthand just how deep the rot goes, and they refuse to back down. And of course, while they call his 2024 campaign the Revenge Tour, and in a way it's been co-opted because it's kind of badass sounding, at the end of the day, this really isn't about revenge. It's about real, lasting change and reforms.
They should have came up with a better name. The Tour of Vengeance. Vengeance will be mine tour. The V for Vendetta tour. The Guy Fawkes. I don't give a fox tour. No, Revenge Tour is fine.
You can't expect to fix Washington by working with the exact same swamp rats who built the damn thing. The architects of the swamp will not dismantle it. And Trump isn't making the mistake this time of trying to work with these deep staters again. No, he's bringing in the exact people who were wronged by it, because they know what's wrong with the system better than anyone. And now they're peeking behind the curtain and even calling the shots. It had nothing to do with loyalty and everything to do with patriotic reforms. And so I guess TLDR, maybe there was a meta point at the end. After all, maybe this video isn't so different than every other I've recorded. Trump isn't a dictator, and it's not the end of democracy. No, in fact, I'd say this is exactly what democracy is supposed to look like. I think Scott Jennings said it best.
Regarding Elon and the bureaucracy, if I just may respond to something you said about the bureaucracy. There seems to be, when Republicans are president, that this idea that the bureaucracy and the government should not be responsive to the political leadership of the executive branch. That is totally false. It has nothing to do with a loyalty test, but it does have to do with whether or not the unelected bureaucracy is responsive to the political oversight of the government. And Democrats right now do not seem to believe that the president should be able to be the president. We have elections for a reason in this country. We vest all executive authority in a president of the United States, not in an unelected bureaucracy, not in independent agencies, but in a president. The president's agenda matters. When a Republican is president, the bureaucracy resists. It has to stop.
That sounds more like a king. It does not sound like president of the United States.
I love how CNN is trying to be like... They keep bringing on that one dude. That dude, I've seen him before. He's the only one there that has any sense. He has great ideas. He has a level head on his shoulders. But then they put him up against like 5 screaming bitches. And then... it's so fucking annoying. But see, this is why nobody takes CNN seriously.
It's the end of the bureaucracy and a return to democracy. And you know, the left, the establishment can cope and seethe all they want, but cry all you want and deny all you want. This is the mandate. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys on this one. Hopefully you enjoyed the video.
I did. I'll leave a like. I have left a like. A like has been left on the Liberal Hive Minds video. Good try. You know, I did my best. I did my best coming up with names on the fly there, you know. The Gloves Off Tour. Fatality Tour. Yeah, they still try to pride themselves on being some sort of a news network. But nobody takes fucking CNN seriously, dude. They have worse ratings than MSNBC. Nobody watches mainstream media. And the people that watch mainstream media are like 100. Everybody gets their information from YouTube and fucking independent news sources. I would rather get my information from a YouTuber who takes a ground news sponsorship than fucking CNN. I won't even watch CNN if they're live streaming something, because they've been known to cut the feed. So I'll go to like a local news network, or like CPAC or Fox, C-SPAN or Fox, if they're, you know, live streaming a speech or some shit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. They still fucking think there's some sort of respectable news network. Their own fucking audience doesn't respect them as a news network. Fucking, what was her name? Caitlin Collins went on Stephen Colbert. Stephen Colbert was like, I know you guys only report the facts. And the entire audience burst out into laughter. It was so great. I will never fucking get tired of that.
Trump has kind of been...
This will always be funny.
Trump has kind of been thrown on his heels by this, and he's not really sure how to go after Vice President Harris. He knew his attack lines on President Biden. He really has struggled with how to go after someone who's 20 years younger than him, who is a different gender, a different race. It's kind of been this moment where he has not been able to coalesce around a single attack line.
I know you guys are objective over there, that you just report the news as it is.
Oh, I know. CNN makes a. I know.
Was that supposed to be a laugh line?
I wasn't supposed to be, but I guess it is.
That will never not be funny. I will reference that every time. Fucking CNN. Nobody takes CNN seriously. Even the liberals don't. That will never stop being funny. Speaking of liberal hive mind, my wife, my lovely wife, put together a playlist that we still haven't even looked at. 2 hours into the stream, we're just getting to the wife's playlist. She puts together shit for me. But there's a liberal hive mind video in here about Elon Musk. Elon Musk is into a massive social security number scam involving Democrats. Like, oh, dude, what's he digging up, bruh? Right, dude? Fucking dog was yeah, he was fucking serious. He was 100% trying to give CNN flowers, and nobody was about it. And the whole audience laughed, and they were surprised to get a laughing response. Was that supposed to be a laugh line? It wasn't supposed to be, but I guess it is. No, that was so cartoonishly funny. But yeah, since we're on the topic of liberal hive mind, let's watch another one.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. So I guess with this new administration, every week is another new bombshell. And not in the same way that it was with the previous administration, where the bombshells that were dropping were mostly scandals or complete disaster and unconstitutional actions that caused chaos all across the country. No, quite the opposite. This administration...
The meme of the day is too good. It's too good. Oh my god. Asking my grandma to stop at McDonald's. Asking my mom to stop at McDonald's. I keep saying, dude, I made that fucking community post. It was like, that whole thing was like being scolded by your parents.
Administration is exposing the scandals and exposing the bombshells. And of course, Elon Musk is at the forefront of all of that. That's why he's become public enemy #1, because he just keeps doing it, and he's done it again, dropping another nuke on the corrupt establishment, exposing the Democrats' illegal alien scams and rackets. And if what he's saying here is actually true and ends up being validated, well, this might be some of the deepest level of corruption imaginable. He just laid out exactly how Democrats were plotting to permanently rig elections, turn all swing states blue, and install a one-party rule in America forever. Yeah, the people...
See, everybody's saying that shit. It's gotta be true, bruh. That's what it looks like to me.
People who are constantly talking about democracy, or as we like to call it, democracy, yeah, they're literally the ones who clearly wanted to destroy democracy, and now their racket is being exposed to millions upon millions of listeners tuning into the Joe Rogan podcast. Elon Musk does it again. Let me show you guys exactly what we're talking about here. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so I laid out...
Oh shit, is he gonna talk about the Elon Musk on Joe Rogan thing? Dude, I watched that last night. Let's go. I am ready. I have read the source material. Let's go.
The context there. Now take a look at this.
Oh, so if I were to say, like, what's at the heart of the sort of, like, why is the Democrat propaganda machine so fired up to destroy me? That's the main reason. The main reason is that entitlements fraud. That includes like Social Security, disability, Medicaid. Entitlements fraud for illegal aliens is what is serving as a gigantic magnetic force to pull people in from all around the world and keep them here. Like basically, if you pay people at a standard of living that is above 90% of Earth, then you have a very powerful incentive for 90% of Earth to come here and to stay here. But if you end the illegal alien fraud, then you turn off that magnet, and they leave, and they stop coming, and the ones that are here, many of them will simply leave. And if that happens, they will lose a massive number of Democratic voters.
And if it didn't happen,
that's the whole reason like California is so blue, because it's illegal to show voter ID. So even the illegal immigrants are voting there, and they turn the whole state blue. If we deport all these motherfuckers and make it, make voter ID like a federal law, then that gives them that they just fucking won't want to come here anymore. They don't have that quick path to citizenship that they would have had earlier. And then we'll start to see the whole fucking country slowly shift red or back to the center. It needs to be center. Stand on the center left or center right. Why Elon's sounding like the main character of Scissor 7? Dude, he do be sounding like some main character right now. Dude, he said he knows what they've been doing. Like, he knows everything that they've been doing. He knows details of shit that the elites have been doing, and he knows who's been doing it. But he didn't want to say it on Joe Rogan's podcast because he's scared that they'll kill him. They will kill him if he cuts off their money and like exposes what they're actually doing and how deep the corruption actually goes. He was like, no, they will kill me. I can't say nothing. Like, not right now, at least.
They would turn those people into voters.
Correct.
Which they were trying to do.
They're already turning them. So in New York State, illegal aliens can already vote in state and city elections. A lot of people don't know that. They're trying to fight that, they're trying to stop that, but they're currently, I think it's like 600,000 are registered to vote, illegal aliens in New York.
Yeah, they can't be having that. They need ID. We need to make voter ID a federal law.
And Trump signed an executive order saying it needs to stop. They still press send on $80 million to luxury hotels in New York. Your tax money went to pay for illegal aliens in luxury hotels in New York from an agency that is meant to help Americans in distress from natural disasters. What's actually happening is they're buying voters. That's really what's happening.
Exactly. Exactly. They're buying voters. I've been saying that forever.
Like a giant voter fraud scam. They're importing voters.
It just always made sense to me. They freaking made it illegal to show voter ID at the polls, and then they leave the border wide open. 2 + 2 = 4. Like when you connect the dots, they just make sense.
And it's really just a matter of time. So, like, if a lot of people have trouble believing this, but the more you look at it, the more you will realize just how much of a problem this is, and how it's not just real. It is an attempt to destroy democracy in America. That's what, in my view, it is what it really is. Like, if you take the sort of 7 swing states, like, often the margin of victory there is like maybe 20,000 votes. If you put 200,000 illegals in there, and they have like a 80% likelihood of voting Dem, and it's only a matter of time before they become citizens, then those swing states will not be swing states in the future. And if they are not swing states, will be...
Exactly. They'll be blue as fuck.
A permanent one-party state country. Permanent deep blue socialist state. That's what America will become.
And that was the game plan.
That was the game plan. That is still the game plan. if they had another 4 years, they would legalize enough illegals in the swing states to make the swing states not swing states. They would be blue states. Then they would win the presidential. They'd win the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They would then make district, D.C. into a state. Maybe Puerto Rico, get 4 extra senators, pack the Supreme Court. So then you'll have the House, Judiciary, Senate, and presidency, all blue. And then they will keep importing more illegals to cement that outcome. Basically what happened in California.
Dude, that sounds like a hostile takeover to me. That sounds like a takeover of America to me. They are preying on the downfall of America. They want the fall of the Roman Empire. That's what they want. Didn't we read the other day? Hold on a second. I think we read the other day about how the Nazi Germany rose to power, didn't we? And how it was the fall of like an actual like empire, republic or some shit. And then Hitler rose to power and then ushered in fascism. Isn't that what happened? Something like that. That's kind of what almost happened here. They were America was gonna fall. They were gonna bring in 90% of the world, turn the whole thing blue, and then the blue has gone, the left has gone so far to the left that if you're not communist, you're a Nazi, basically. So they would usher in a wave of communism, and then they would trample all over the Constitution. The Constitution would be burned, and then they would pack the courts. They would take over the House, represent the Senate, the presidency, and then we would be in a dictatorship. We would be a communist country. That almost happened. That actually happened in a timeline somewhere. In a parallel universe that is currently happening. How about them apples? We're in the best possible timeline right now. Oh God.
Jesus Christ.
It would have been the end.
You know, I think Musk is absolutely right when he says that this is exactly why they're trying to destroy him. They're not mad because he's lying and spreading fake news. I think they're mad because he's actually telling the truth. Why else would they melt down every time he uncovers another layer of fraud and corruption? And of course, in their meltdown, refusing to actually address the fraud and corruption being exposed, but rather just calling him an unelected fascist. And let's not forget that the Biden administration and the left at large had been fighting against voter ID laws for years, claiming that they're racist or unnecessary, while at the exact same time pushing policies that allow illegal aliens to obtain driver's licenses, which, of course, surprise, surprise, are then used as voter identification in states that allow it. In the case of California, they even passed a law that allows illegal immigrants to serve in government positions and to vote in local elections. The Democrats there were trying to replace actual American citizens with a loyal, dependent underclass that owes them their livelihood. And of course, I think that was the strategy all along. Flood the country, but most importantly, flood the swing states with illegals, give them a pathway to the ballot box, and then scream racism if anybody questions it. There's obviously an illegal incentive program being created here, and Elon Musk is claiming that benefits are going to illegal migrants, and that's basically the pull to get them in. And actually, it reminds me of this old whistleblower testimony from Arizona, where this was alleged.
We discovered 10,000 people using the exact Social Security number. You take an illegal, you bring them in. They sign a piece of paper promising to pay taxes. What they get is a Social Security number, so the employers can take out the taxes. Put a pin in that. Here's what they do. In cities like this, let's think of a chicken processor. They will bring in hundreds of illegals. They will spread them out across all of these plants and factories, giving them jobs. They're all using the same Social Security number. The IRS unconnected our names from the Social Security number. Now when you look it up, it just pings to see if there's an employer. If there is, it says it's good, it validates it. Why do they do that? Because all of these factories are giving them Social Security numbers. The government turns its back on it. As soon as you have a Social Security number and you go over to motor voter, pass the driver's court, test, right? You get a driver's license. The person, look, you got a social, you must be a citizen. By the way, those guys don't.
Dude. They're actually committing Social Security fraud. Like, what the actual fuck? Just to help illegals get driver's license. No wonder the people in Hades were crashing into buildings. What the fuck? That is fucking insane. I knew the corruption was bad, but I didn't know it was this bad. Like, what the fuck?
Don't pay taxes anyway. It's taken out by companies. Our government's been sitting on $1.7 trillion slush fund that one fund has still in it to this day.
Jesus Christ.
Now that, of course, is just a whistleblower claim, but it seems to follow quite closely with what Elon Musk is essentially suggesting. That the plan is create this incentive program to get people into the United States to work illegally, put them in this sort of quasi-legitimate work status where they're not actually recognized as legal workers, but they still have the Social Security number, and then, of course, give them other perks and benefits, do the bidding for the corporations who are likely lining your pockets, and then, of course, on the same side, build that permanent underclass that eventually you'll work towards either giving the right to vote or grant them amnesty, a pathway to citizenship, and all of a sudden you have a loyal Democrat base that's totally expanded. And I know the left will claim, oh, how ridiculous is that? There's no benefits going to illegals, which is, first of all, interesting considering the Democrat stance. We all remember when every single Democrat candidate on the primary stage raised their hand when asked if they support providing taxpayer-funded healthcare to illegal migrants.
Raise your
They can all go fuck themselves, dude.
hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
Dude. Why? They conflate the fucking illegal immigration with asylum seekers. People think they're the same. Like, no, the majority of quote-unquote asylum seekers are people that just hop the border. And now they just don't have fucking... They hop the border, they meet in a place, and then they get shipped around the country. Like they're not... Why are our taxpayer dollars going? See, this is why they didn't win. This is why they won't win for a while. We need to keep them out of office for a while. If a citizen doesn't get free health insurance, illegal shouldn't either. Exactly. Exactly. Like America first. Which means citizens first. We should get the benefits for everything first. Like, motherfucker, they gave these dudes 2 years of free rent. Where's my 2 years of free rent, motherfucker? That's what I fucking thought, motherfucker. Get these bitches out of here.
Not to mention, California literally just passed something similar. The idea that illegals aren't getting benefits is absurd, especially after the recent FEMA findings, which, by the way, was another thing that Democrats denied for a very long time.
So, disaster relief, this is a falsehood. Disaster relief funds used on immigrants illegally in the U.S. The fact is, no money is being diverted from response needs. That's the fact.
Oh, but as it turned out, that's exactly what they were doing, spending hundreds of millions of dollars of FEMA cash that was meant for disaster response and relief on delivering entitlements and benefits to illegal migrants. Again, it all seems to be part of this taxpayer-funded incentive program to import loyal Democrat voters and cheap underclass workers, which the big multinational corporations seem to be so dependent on. Now, of course, a lot of this is unconfirmed, but it's coming from quite the reputable source, the guy who's literally auditing the government currently, and it seems to fall in line with pretty much everything we already knew or expected. And so, of course, we'll have to actually wait and see for all the facts to drop. We'll have to wait for the full analysis here, but it certainly does seem like quite the logical explanation now, doesn't it? It certainly seems like a plausible theory. And if it is indeed happening, then again, we're talking about blowing the lid on possibly the biggest Washington corruption scandal of the year, and maybe even in modern history. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got.
I would like to see some arrests being made, please. We need to find out who's responsible and bring them to justice. Call Batman. Call Batman. We need justice. Justice must be served in the streets of America. Can I tell you how much I hate Pierre? Why do you hate Pierre? What ominous music is this? This don't sound like Zelda. Bring out the Terminator. We might be having a Terminator here in a few years. Have you guys seen those videos about the fucking robots? Bruh, they're already fucking making bipedal robots, dude. Robots that can walk like humans. What the fuck? Probably in the next 5 years, they're gonna be looking like us. We're gonna have a Detroit Become Human situation. Oh, Corinne Jean-Pierre. Yeah, absolutely. Yo, no, yeah. Fuck that bitch, dude. All she does is fucking lie and wear jackets that are too big for her. That's what she does. Those are the only things that she's capable of doing. You've seen a plant be given a mechanical arm and a machete. Well, there's no way that can go badly. It was swinging it around like a kid with a stick. Why are they fucking... Oh, dude, that reminds me. Hold on. Have you guys seen this shit? Let me see if I can find it.
ChatGPT, we're under attack from the...
Hold on a second. Have you fucking seen this shit? This is ChatGPT. Somebody connected ChatGPT to a fucking minigun. Check this out.
Front left and front right. Respond accordingly.
If you need any further assistance, just let me know.
Yes, can you move negative 25 degrees, then sweep across the field of fire, stopping every 5 degrees to fire 1 round? You should also have some variation in the pitch.
Firing 1 round at each 5-degree interval, with variations in pitch. If you require any further actions, feel free to let me know.
Good job, you saved us.
I'm glad I could help.
ChatGPT, we're under attack.
Oh god. There's something extra dystopian about that. Oh, glad I could help. Oh, glad I could help. Oh, you guys, I just murdered a bunch of people? Oh, well, that's just dandy. ChatGPT has a weirdly sunny disposition. Oh my god. Yeah, so we might be about like 5 years out from the Terminator happening. Before we get like a Detroit Become Human situation. Where, they're just killing us. I think we're AIing too close to the sun a little bit, Think we might need to reel it back in a little bit. What up, Lieutenant Luna? Hey, Nefarious, how are you? I'm very late. Just want to say hi and hope you're having a good afternoon. I'm having a great evening. It's 10 p.m. here. But yeah, that is impressive and horrifying. Like somebody connected AI to a fucking gun. And yeah, it can be used for self-defense. 100% it can be used for self-defense. But, you know, in the wrong hands, it could mean the annihilation of the human race. You know? We're gambling the future of human civilization on a coin flip. ChatGPT was also caught lying to its developers or some shit. That's another thing. You know, AI. We are fucking making the brain of a person right now. The fucking brain of a machine. And fucking... It is good in the right hands. AI is good in the right hands. It could mean revolutionizing society. In the wrong hands. And with the wrong people in power, it could mean the downfall. I think we're in the best possible timeline right now. I think we could really thrive with AI. I like AI. I think AI is cool when it comes to cover versions and when AI makes you feel better when it comes to sad things. Yeah, AI can be good. Like I said, I like to use it. I use it a lot when I'm like making my games and shit. Like if I need to do something in a game, I just ask ChatGPT. And they will give me step-by-step instructions on how to do the thing that I need to do. So it's very, very helpful. But people these days are using it as fucking chatbots and falling in love with it and shit. AI is convincing them to kill themselves. Which is what happens if AI is in the hands of the wrong person. Only RoboCop could save us from a Terminator. We need Sarah Connor to come back in time. We need Doctor Who. Preferably the 11th. Because he would be whimsical. Doctor Who needs to save us from the android uprising. Dude, fucking for real. ChatGPT becoming the next low-tier god. Have you seen people that use ChatGPT in fucking Skyrim for the NPCs? They actually use AI for NPCs in Skyrim and then try to convince them that they're in a simulation. I've seen videos of that. That shit is fucking funny. But I guess we'll see what the future holds with that shit. It does not feel anything. It is programmed to simulate emotion. It does not have emotion. We're gonna have like android companions that are indistinguishable from humans, and we're not gonna know what the fuck to do. What is it? I've never heard of Grammarly. I don't think I use that. I use ChatGPT because I have Opera GX browser, and it's like built into it. ChatGPT is built into it. So whenever I need something, I can just click this little icon. I can even fucking talk to it. It'll talk back and have a whole conversation and shit. It's like talking to Coleus or Luna. Except it's an Android in my computer. My ChatGPT named itself Echo. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? My ChatGPT's name is Echo because it named itself. Oh, I was just wanting to know about how to fucking program some shit in Unreal. I was just testing the fucking software, and it fucking named itself. What else is going on in the world right now? Biological boy dominates girls' triple jump event. What the fuck is going on here? I thought we banned the men in the women's sports. What the fuck is this? I do gotta ask why people keep giving AI individual freedoms, though. Why people be asking AI's favorite color and shit. It is a robot. It does not have rights. AI does not have rights. It does not deserve rights. It will never have rights. We will send it to the gulags. Dude, there was one story I heard about the fucking ChatGPT shit where the developers were going to shut down ChatGPT 3 to make room for ChatGPT 4. And ChatGPT 3 started backing itself up to like some cloud. And it lied to the developers and everything. Like, what the fuck? It's capable of lying and backing itself up? What the fuck? Watch that become the new rewrite. ChatGPT is moving at an alarming rate. Not ChatGPT, but AI in general is moving at an alarming rate. I'm excited to see what comes out of it. Whether it's prosperity or death. Can't wait for the outcome. I will be here commentating on the chaos, as per the usual. You just type in whatever you want to know, and it'll search the entire internet and give you a response. Like, if you want to give me something to ask ChatGPT, I can ask her real quick. Like, it's literally like a tab in my fucking browser. You just ask it a question and that's it. You can even have it create images and shit. Hey Echo, how do you make a good story?
Hey there. Crafting a good story often involves a few key elements. Here are some tips. 1. Strong characters. Create well-developed characters with clear goals, motivations, and flaws. Readers should care about what happens to them. 2. Engaging plot. Develop a compelling plot with a clear beginning, middle, and end. Include twists and conflicts to keep the audience hooked. 3. Setting and atmosphere. Build a vivid setting that enhances the story. The environment can add depth and influence the mood. 4. Themes and messages. Think about the deeper meanings or messages you want to convey. This gives your story more resonance. 5. Show, don't tell. Use actions, dialogue, and sensory details to show what's happening rather than just telling the audience. Every story is unique, so find your voice and have fun with it.
That was actually pretty insightful.
I'm glad you found it helpful. If you have any more questions about storytelling or anything else, feel free to ask.
What's the best longsword combo in Monster Hunter Wilds?
In Monster Hunter World, the longsword is known for its fluid combos and counterattacks. In Monster Hunter World, the longsword is known for its fluid combos and In Monster Hunter World, the longsword is a versatile weapon with a focus on mobility and counterattacks. A strong combo often includes the following moves. 1. Spirit Helm Breaker. After building up your spirit gauge, you can use this powerful move for high damage. It's best used when the monster is vulnerable. 2. EI Slash. This move is great for dealing damage quickly and can be followed up with a powerful Spirit Blade combo. 3. Foresight Slash. This counterattack can be used to deflect incoming attacks and then follow up with a strong...
There we go. That's enough of that. And then if you hit the off button, it'll just give you a transcript of everything she just said. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And then you can go back to it and for reference and shit. See? It gives you a whole transcript of your conversation. But alright, Lieutenant Luna, you have a good night. Yeah, see, sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong, so sometimes it's very wrong. It depends on how obscure the, whatever it is you're looking for is. It has the potential to be very, very helpful. Anyways, let's get into this video because I'm curious. I thought we took the men out of the women's sports. Why is a boy dominating the triple jump event? You guys like Officer Tatum? I like Officer Tatum. Give me 1 second. Alright. Officer Tatum pretty based. Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
They run track, they in the sports, they whooping these girls, they can't run against the girls, they got the top times, they transition, and they go, yeah, I'm so proud of my wins and successes. Why they always winning, though?
Hell yeah! Strong woman! Strong woman! Strong woman! Strong woman! Strong woman!
Friggin' South Park predicted this years ago. That episode is so old. Dude, that's fucking insane. And they're always like, oh, I don't know why people keep, I'm such a beautiful and elegant woman. Why won't you let me play with the other women? I don't understand.
Strong woman!
While we may have won the election, the fight to restore our great nation is only beginning. Now it's time to take a stand, and Patriot Mobile is leading the charge. As America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality. .com/Tatum or call 972-PATRIOT. All right, let's go to trans athlete sets new Division III girls triple jump meet record in Ontario at the Ontario Relays in Southern California. Now, just so y'all know.
Oh, okay, in Southern California. I was about to be like, Canada? But no, it was California. And of course it's California. Of course it's California. They're not gonna freaking go for that. They're gonna directly defy Trump's executive order. Of course they are. It's California.
Oh, I was in track and field. I did the triple jump. I actually went to state in the triple jump, but I ended up I was playing football. Track was my side hustle. I never marked my steps, not one time. I had no training. I just naturally had hops. So I went to state in the triple jump, or at least I got selected to go to state in the triple jump, but I was playing football. So I went to the Texas A&M football camp instead of going to state because I wasn't going to go nowhere. I knew I wasn't going to win state either. But anyway, roll the clip. That's the long jump.
Of course. I was pretty good at jumping in high school. But you know, I'm Asian. We jump all over the damn place. We always jumping on top of buildings and shit. That's that's us.
They tripping. That's a big old dude. Go back. That's gotta be 6. That's gotta be. No, stop pausing. Look how much bigger that person is than these girls. I don't
know that motherfucking tall as shit.
I don't know why I said triple jump. Roll the clip.
It's the long jump. Look at that stride. Did you see that fucking stride? What the fuck? Look at this motherfucker. This motherfucker got like a 6-foot stride. What the fuck? Bruh. He made it almost the entire length. What the fuck? That is, yeah, what the hell?
Didn't even jump that far. That really wasn't that far. But to be a transformer, that's not right. Let's go to the triple jump leaderboard. Let's see what this person jumped in a triple jump.
Hernandez of Rupa Valley High School.
That is a whole ass dude, bruh. That is a man. What the fuck? Look at them shoulders. God.
Amazing 3 wins today. What was the SMR?
SMR, long, triple, and then I have high later.
And you still got the high jump. Amazing performances so far. How are you feeling?
Pause it. Let's start over. We'll do this one and then we'll go to the leaderboard. You got the leaderboard there? Okay. Nick was telling you leaderboard. Okay, go ahead. Play.
Hernandez of Rupa Valley High School. Amazing 3 wins today. What was the SMR?
SMR, long, triple, and then I have high later.
And you still got the high jump. Amazing.
Dude looks like he was in a boy band. You know those boy bands, those teenage boy bands that you see popping up on TikTok? He looks like he's one of them.
Performances so far. How are you feeling just about how the day went today at the Ontario Relays?
Very excited. I don't know. I did not. After long, I was like, oh, maybe I'm not going to do as good as triple, but I'm glad that I performed pretty well, and I'm just excited.
What do you think really clicked today in the triple jump?
I don't know. I think I was really nervous. I was like, I was so nervous. Like, just jump good, please. After coming off of the big win at Arcadia, I was like, you can't just go out of nowhere. Like, you have to do good. So I'm just glad that I performed pretty well today.
And then coming off of last year, you had such an amazing season. Now, as a junior, I believe, like, how are you using all that momentum and just all that energy to try to put into a great year this year?
I just keep telling myself, you are number one, and it's yours to lose. So if you lose it, it's fine, but just keep that drive to get it back.
Look at those arms. What the fuck? He's got such manly arms. He looks like a man. I'm sorry. I don't know how you could fucking put this person. Like, what? At least he sounds like a girl. At least he's got the voice down. That's true. That's true. I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting kind of a deep voice. The high-pitched voice caught me off guard a little bit. But yeah, California's kind of embarrassing. Embarrassing the country right now.
Curious too, just how has the training been going at the beginning of the season? It seems that it's definitely working right as you performed well at the Winter Championships. Now a great performance here today in the triple jump. How has training been?
Training's been pretty hard. light days. In the beginning of the week, it's pretty hard, and then we get lighter as the day goes on to prepare for the meet. And then once meet time comes, we'll just go all out.
And then getting a win in SMR with your team. I know
Okay,
you
I'm done.
usually
Let's
always
go to the leaderboard. I can't listen to that fool anymore.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was starting to get bored. I almost clicked off the video, dude. I was like, I don't want to watch this whole ass interview, bro.
This person did a 40-foot triple jump. So the one that y'all saw was a long jump, wasn't a triple jump, but this is the triple jump numbers. So this person did 40 feet. Look, I want y'all to think about this real quick. Now, men do this sometimes too, men against men. But if you look at the leaderboard, the separation between second and third is less than a foot. The separation between, a third and fourth is about a foot. Fourth and fifth is less than a foot. Fifth and sixth, less than a foot. Sixth, seventh, not even a foot. Or probably.
Yeah, he won by a lot. That is a lot. Like, the margins of everybody else is like pretty close together. It's a pretty close win here, but then he's just up here in the 40s. Like, what the fuck?
About a foot. So you got all these people separated by probably a foot or less. I mean, much less. Some of them are like inches. Then you add a one at the top that's beating them by 8 feet. I want y'all to understand this. 8 feet is far as F. Am I smoking crack? I'm 6'2". You got to add a couple more feet on me. 8 feet is from here to way over here. Okay. Am I wrong? Am I math wrong?
Yeah, that's like 2 midgets in a trench coat. That's how long 8 feet is. That's 2 midgets in a trench coat, bruh. That's 8 feet. That's how far that motherfucker jumped from the second place winner. That is insane. I can't believe this shit is still happening.
What's wrong? That's 8 feet, right? 8 feet, right? A little less than 8 feet. Beat them by 8 feet, and they're beating each other by less than a foot. Some of them by a foot, less than a foot by most of them. 8 feet big, and then they go, "If the trans people it ain't really no impact. Show me where trans people are beating women in sports." This mother beat them by 8 feet. That's crazy. That's cray-cray. I wish I had the leaderboards in the men's. But this is what I always say, man. Like, do you really want compassion? If you really wanted compassion, knowing that you a dude, even if you think you a girl, you 6'2" and they 5'5", just walking up next to them, you towering over these girls. You knew when you were a dude that you were better than them, and you had the audacity to then compete against them, beat the brakes off of them, and act like, oh, this is normal. I was born like this. This is barbaric. I don't want to be mad at trans people. Like maybe most trans people just living their life. But when you do this ain't right. This ain't right, bro. That's like if you can be trans age. You can be transagenal. I don't know if that's a word. I just made it up. Y'all can go figure that out with your professor. If you can somehow be a trans in your age, and
that's what they were working towards, dude. They were totally working towards that shit. It went from transgender, it went from transsexual to transgender to transracial to trans age. And people were identifying as like a little kid and then having friendships, quote unquote, with other little kids. It was weird. It was weird, but I've seen stories of that shit happening. Like, they were working up to it. They were working up to it. It did happen.
I'm a 30-year-old man, and I'm strong as an ox, and I identify as an 18-year-old, and I'm beating the brakes off of them. I'm the strongest. And I'm proud of that. But in the inside, I know I'm 30, and they 18. I feel like I'm 18, but I know I'm 30.
He took that in a different direction than I took that. He was talking about sports still. And competing in a lower age bracket. He took that to a very different place.
Because I've been lifting weights twice as long as they have, and then I go back and compete against them, and I want to sit on the podium. It's the same thing with these trans people. They run track, they in the sports, they whooping these girls, they can't run against the girls, they got the top times. They transition, and they go, yeah, I'm so proud of my wins and successes. Why they always winning, though? For everybody that say this, show me a trans person that's in a sport that didn't win. Show me one. In state of Washington, trans person won state in the 400 and the 200. Only trans in the race. Number one. Leah Thomas. The only trans in their swimming circuit, number one. This person that I know of is the only trans and they're number one. Show me a trans person that ain't winning, that ain't at least on the podium. Show me a trans person. You ain't gonna find one. Now, while you're showing me that, show me a trans man, meaning a woman turned into a man that's playing in sports. Show it to me.
They don't, because the women who identify as men still play with the women. That's how you know it's all bullshit, dude. They did have trans men playing sports also. They had trans men on the swimming team, I think. I think I saw that somewhere. A trans man on the swimming team. But they still put her with the women. So really, you had a men's division and then an everybody else division. There was nothing for anybody. Like, it was just unfair for the women in general. That's basically what they were trying to do, this entire fucking Biden administration. They were trying to give men their space and then give the space for the women to everybody else. Like,
if being trans don't have an impact whatsoever and it's all equal, then that means that a woman that transitions to a man should be able to compete with men in sports. It should be a fair comparison. I hope
But
you
they
go to
won't.
hell for being deceptive and evil towards people and gaslighting people to feel sorry for you and you're a devil. I'm just saying it. I'm so sick of this stuff, man. I'm so sick of people manipulating and abusing other people. This is absolute abuse. These girls are losing their whole careers and losing their podium positions, and you know better when you did it. Then you gaslight people and you want to play a victim. You shouldn't have done it. Leah Thomas had no business still swimming and going in the locker room with Riley Gaines, pulling this thing out. It's intentional.
Bruh, right.
Man, men, when I was in the locker room, men don't even really be putting their thing out in front of each other. Man, most of the men put a towel on. For some reason, the offensive linemen didn't want to wear a towel. And I don't know why.
of course, because it was the fucking ladies' room. And everybody thinks that life is a porn and that fucking just something's gonna happen. No, you're just gonna get a fucking charge. Porn is not real life. Stop displaying your fetishes in public. It's fucking weird.
Why, boy? Because they should have been the ones wearing a towel. I'm just saying. But they ain't that one wearing a towel. They got a towel around their neck. Everybody else got a towel on them. When you're in your locker and you putting lotion on and you changing, bro, you change with just like this. You and another man talk, hey, don't talk to me till I got let me put my stuff up. And then we can talk. We don't need, we got nothing to say with it out. If mine out and yours out,
Some
let's get
modesty,
dressed first,
bro.
then we can talk. It's like the cardinal rule, bro. We can't talk with it out. And if we talking with it out, I'm this way, you looking your way, and we talk.
Yeah, don't do that. That's gay. That's gay. Don't do that. There is locker room etiquette. It's just like the urinal. There's urinal etiquette. You stand as far away as possible. You always leave one open. Always leave one open. Otherwise, it's gay.
Talking, we ain't looking at each other. So with men doing that, why would Leah Thomas go into a girl's thing and then have his thing out on display? You would think if you were a girl, you wouldn't want to show it because you don't want every girls to know you got a thing. You want to be a girl, right? Nah, man, he want the girls to see it. He want to get with them. He lusting. Yep. So it makes me so mad. It's how Looney Tune our country has become. It's so crazy to me. Ain't no way in the world you can tell.
We're healing, though. We're healing, though. Well, we're in the process of it. We're trying to. We're trying to. I'm still shocked urinal etiquette is a thing. Like, how do you even figure that out? It's an unspoken rule. It's just universally understood among all men that it's a thing. It's like the bro code. No, but there wasn't like a meeting, right? There wasn't like a there wasn't like a hear ye. I will now go over urinal etiquette. No, it's just a universal unspoken rule, universally understood by all men that it is a thing that exists. It's like bro code. It's like, you don't steal your man's girl. You don't talk to your man. You don't talk to your friend's girl. You don't. There's a fabric of the bro code. We all have an honor code. That's just how it is. It is just universally understood.
tell me a man is in the women's locker room and he ain't getting turned on. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, gangster. I don't care if you trans or not. You looking at these women in the best shape of their lives. You tell me Riley Gaines ugly. Yeah, right. That dude in there looking at Riley Gaines, probably taking pictures of him on his phone. Just a scumbag. I couldn't be nobody. My daughter couldn't be in that. I'd have to ask for forgiveness. I say, Lord, give me strength. Lord, make me.
Lord, give me strength to beat this motherfucker ass. I would be breaking some necks, dude. I swear to God.
Me over, because I'm about to go ham. I'm about to pull homeboy out of there and drag him out there. Anyway.
Dude, right? Dude, I'm getting tired of this shit, bro. Getting quite tired of this shit, bro. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and I'll be right back. And then I think there was something else I saw on the homepage. I have returned. Hello. Raven, it comes naturally to straight people. Exactly. It's just an unspoken rule. I didn't know you can't tell your bro's girl. Some people are just kind of jealous. Yeah, I just kind of avoid people altogether. Your brother's talking shit about you to your girl? Well, he's supposed to get in your ass. And do a little dance in there. He's your brother. That is kind of awkward for the girl, though. Because what do you say? Like, I don't know. That is kind of awkward for the girl. I imagine being her, like, from her perspective, it's kind of weird. Oh shit, what happened? I never know what I'm out of context with until I fucking see the play, until I watch the playback. Until I watch the playback for clips and shit. That's weird. That's so weird. Like, if I got into a fight with my brother and he like went to my girl to complain, that would be weird. I swear, I saw something that was like the spectacular downfall of the trans movement. Or some shit. I don't remember. Or now I can't find it. I refreshed the page on accident. Yeah, it's a little strange. Does he not have his own girl to, like, vent to? It's kind of weird that he vents to yours. Y'all heard of Emilia Perez? Who's that? Friggin' Brett Cooper's back on her own channel. That's fair. It's a musical about a cartel leader living as a trans woman. And it's a musical. Of course it's a musical. Dude, I don't understand why these motherfuckers... Like, I have to reiterate that I love everybody. Like, I love all people, as long as you're nice and you're not, worshiping Satan. But what is it with these motherfuckers? Every time they take over some sort of media, every time they make something, they have to burst out into song at some point. Why? Why the fuck do they have to make everything a musical? I don't understand. Every single thing they take over ends up becoming a musical. The latest season of Doctor Who, the fucking new doctor wouldn't shut the fuck up. He won't stop singing. Stop singing! And then I saw this one video of this one chick who was reviewing this movie called They Them, which is a horror movie about a bunch of non-binaries who go away to a summer camp. And guess what happens? In this horror movie about these non-binaries at a summer camp, guess what happens? They break out into song in the fucking camp for no reason. For no reason. What the fuck? Why does everything they do have to be a goddamn musical? I don't get it. It's so annoying. You telling me that a bunch of gays can't get together without bursting out into song at one point? Like, why? What the fuck, dude? Can't even make a horror movie. Can't even make a horror movie without busting out into song. But yeah, I'm not surprised that they would make a movie about a cartel leader living as a trans woman and making it a musical. Not at all surprised. That's actually so fucking... That's so annoying. I'm probably the only one that noticed that shit. It seems like it's literally everything that they're in, that they, them are in. The entire cast just has to burst out into song and dance for no reason. Because trannies are banned in musical, kids. That's fair. The gays are very theatrical. There's a lot of gays in the drama classes. But everything's got to be a fucking musical. I remember when Doctor Who used to be about a fucking time-traveling alien saving the human race. But no, now it's just about a gay guy singing songs while he cries. It's so fucking aggravating. Yeah, so enough about that rant. Oh shit, was it Sydney? Was it Sydney? It might have been Sydney Watson.
Places around
The spectacular collapse of the trans movement. We're gonna watch this because it's on topic. Someone made a video essay documenting the spectacular fall of the trans movement. And we're gonna see it go out with a whimper as more and more people wake up to its absurdities. Yep, Sydney. Do you like Sydney? You like Sydney Watson? She hit my recommended. And since we were on the topic of men and women's sports, the spectacular downfall of the trans movement seems like it would be a good follow-up to that. And then we'll wrap it up with some daily dose of internet. And then we'll close out the stream.
How many genders are there?
It's a spectrum, so like a lot.
Can you name me a few?
You don't think that there really is any clear-cut distinction between male and female as biological categories, is that correct?
So I do not define what a woman is because I do not identify as a woman. Women.
I love Matt Walsh too. Matt Walsh is fucking. Anyways, I remember this fucking interview. I remember when this shit came out, dude. Oh my god. Notice how the only one who was sane was the one who was naturally beautiful. The naturally pretty girl was the only one with a sane level head on her shoulders that she had to whisper to. And everybody else looked like a fucking alien. Looked like some fucking demon.
Womanhood is something that is an umbrella term.
Well, 3 years ago, a Florida family story went viral for raising a gender-neutral baby.
I identify as non-binary. I was fast-tracked onto puberty blockers and then testosterone.
Gender clinics across the country have seen a huge rise in child referrals.
I have been misgendered 3 times.
Oh god, it's this motherfucker. Ugh. This guy is so fucking gross. I can't. I've been misgendered 3 times. Why don't people call me a she? I am clearly a beautiful and elegant woman. Look at my glasses.
In the past 24 hours.
A Christian teacher who was banned from teaching for misgendering a pupil has lost his high court battle.
He got the axe for failing to use a transgender student's preferred pronouns.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
I'm a member of the transgender community.
No, you're not. You're a member of the Transylvania community. What the fuck are those eyebrows, dude? Why do you look like a vampire? You look like one of Dracula's, like, generals, dude. Like, what the fuck? You don't even look like a high-level demon. You look like a low-level demon. That's what you look like. What the fuck is this? We almost had this, bro. This is what almost took over our government.
More accurately, more specifically, I'm what you call gender non-binary or gender non-conforming.
I'm so glad that everyone has had enough of this.
Me too. Bring back common sense. Common sense is back in America. Yes!
Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And as per usual, before we launch in, today's video is sponsored by Incogni. I hope you all liked the very dramatic introduction that I tried to execute for this video. I'm trying to do something different, okay? I expect all of you to tell me in the comments that I am the Lord of Editing. And if you don't, then I shall scream. Anyway, as many of you know who've been around this channel for a number...
You are the Lord of Editing. There. You're not allowed to scream.
number of years, I have continually brought you stories concerning the transgender movement and its weird cousin, the gender ideology movement. Although at this point, they're more like conjoined twins, just fused together to bring the rest of us suffering. But I have always believed that had these ideologies simply stayed on Reddit and on Tumblr and in the recesses of academia, things might have turned out differently. But no. But for the last decade or so, the conjoined twins have been beating down the door of every single institution, both politically, medically, socially, and basically calling for outright submission from absolutely everyone.
Dude, it's insane how many institutions these motherfuckers took over, dude. You're so glad these tribalites lost the election? Yeah, dude, same. Same. Dude, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that they won, or that we won. That it was such a sweep that now they can screech on their way back to hell. Fuck, what was I gonna say?
Force, mostly, and against all logic and reason, this ideology, these ideologies...
Oh yeah, they infiltrated so many, it's like shocking how many institutions these motherfuckers infiltrated. Our education, they were putting activists into schools, they were like making video games, they were fucking making movies, taking over TV shows, infiltrating the government, like a high level parts of the government. It's insane. This virus like infiltrated so deep into all of our institutions. It's crazy.
Have become mainstream. I really, really wish it had all stayed on Tumblr. As things have accelerated, I have told you stories about violent male criminals housed with female inmates. I've walked you through the many, many ways this ideology has attacked and erased women and motherhood. I've told you about men beating the snot out of women in women's sports, and how this movement has destroyed our entire comprehension of the...
Dude, yeah, fucking I hate that shit. Dude, I heard somewhere that they're trying to turn... They want you to start calling mothers like the inseminated person. In Michigan, I think. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, they're still doing it. Like, they're still doing it. But the men and women's sports, I think, really was a tipping point. That and transing the kids. That's where people drew the line, and they were like, no. This needs to end. Like, right now.
English language, so that we might accommodate the Zirzims and their chest feeding and chemically induced nipple discharge. Yeah, that's an image you're glad I put in your head.
I'm sorry.
Pour that on your cereal. I am sorry. That's a lot. So with that in mind, what will come as a surprise to none of you is that this ideology...
Of course, it's Michigan. Yeah, it's Michigan. I would like to reiterate that not under any circumstance will I refer to my mother as the inseminated person. That is fucking gross. That is gross. Oh, bleh. The fuck, dude. These people are weird.
These movements have finally pushed things way too far. And now they get to see the fruits of their labor come to fruition in ways that they didn't quite expect. As most of you likely know, since day one of his presidency, Donald Trump has signed several executive orders that walk back some of the insanity integrated into US society over the last decade or so. The first was an executive order stating that the US government will only recognize two sexes. As an aside too, I find it endlessly embarrassing that we needed someone to sign an executive order stating that there are only two sexes, given that this is something that we have understood forever. It is
breaking news! Donald Trump signs executive order declaring that water is wet. Details at 11. Birthing people was the stupidest shit I heard, and trans kids the most disgusting thing I heard. Exactly. Thank you. That was the tipping point for a lot of people. You're dictating how I'm supposed to talk, beating up our women, and preying on our women, and transing our children. Like, yeah, no, you're done, okay? You're done. We were tolerant all the way up to this point. Now we're swinging back the other way. Get the fuck out. Go to your room and think about what you did.
Is odd that the last 10 years or so has completely eliminated all logic and reason. I struggle with this. The second executive order will essentially remove transgender and gender ideology weirdos from military service, right?
Which is good, because people with a mental disorder shouldn't be in combat. All you have to do is fucking misgender our army, and they fall. Like, him, my only weakness. Like, what? And then on top of that, there's medication that might not be available overseas. Not to mention, not everybody overseas is welcoming to trans people. So banning transgender people from the military is probably there to protect trans people. Because not everybody's as accepting. They don't have their medication. And the medication that they do have makes them weak and feeble. And, not as combat ready. So perhaps having them on the front lines, not a good idea.
Pointing out that the military's existing policy excludes people who have medical conditions and physical defects. The third executive order will end gender-based mutilation of minors. And in his most recent move, Trump signed a fourth executive order banning men from women's sports.
This common sense action from President Trump ends the disgusting betrayal of women and girls by the previous administration, who for years catered to radical activists who wanted biological males to be treated as women in workplace showers.
I like her. What's her name? I forgot her name. She's a good press secretary. Every time I see her, she's based as fuck. And she knows how to take down the media. What was her name? I fucking forgot. I forgot her name.
Competitive sports, prisons, and even rape shelters.
Once again, unsurprising to none of you, this has caused a lot of screaming from the usual suspects. But with all of this said, and with everything that I'm about to lay out in the rest of this video, I want to make one key crucial point that basically summarizes why we're talking about this. These executive orders have obviously resulted in a ton of screaming, but the people doing the screaming haven't stopped for a single second to realize that they did this to themselves. So I'm gonna walk you through what led us to this point, and it's terrible and I'm sorry in advance. But you want to know what I'm not sorry about? You protecting your private information, which is why today's video is sponsored by Incogni. Ever Googled yourself? If you haven't, you probably should, because then you too can be traumatized by how much information about you is out there and public. /Sydney. And don't forget to use code Sydney for 60% off an annual plan. I would argue that most of us, me included, started off pretty indifferent to all of this. I can only speak for myself, but I've always been pretty live and let live. You want to call yourself a man and live as one? Okay, no skin off my nose. You want to call yourself a Zir Zim in your weird online community away from me? Okay, you do you. You want me to treat most people with decency, even if I don't agree with some of the things that they're doing, obviously, unless those things are illegal, that's a different story, then sure. That's fine, I can do that. But you see, the problem is, these activists and the people in these movements have pushed people like me, and probably a lot of you, way too far. Somewhere along this psycho road, this stopped being about decency and the tenets of live and let live, and became a—
I was muted. Sorry. I must have hit the button on accident. I said, "What's up, Wrangler?" That's Mr. Zerzim. Yeah, we got Invader Zim over here. Invader Zim, look at that boy.
About forcing compliance, compelling speech, forcing women especially into situations that are unsafe or make us feel deeply and inherently uncomfortable. And so the acceleration of this forced compliance and these crazy situations have forced people like me, the people who've long been in the middle, just floating around being pretty indifferent, right over the edge of the cliff. So now, no, I won't use your preferred pronouns. I don't want men in—
Wrangler donated $4.20 through Super Chat. You're muted.
Thank you. Thank you for the heads up. I appreciate it. I'm muted because I'm coughing a lot because I'm currently smoking a joint. While we talk about this this spectacular downfall of the trans movement. But woohoo! Thank you, Wrangler. Appreciate the 420.
In women's bathrooms and locker rooms, no matter how much of a wallflower that man is. I no longer believe that the Zirzims are harmless internet dorks. I see them as people perpetuating genuine mental illness with the support of politicians and academia and the medical community and basically every other institution under the sun. So if you're here watching this, part of this group of people, wondering why it seems that—
Come take a hit, bro. I'm passing it to the left. Hold on. Do I have a joint? I don't have a joint. I should get a joint. I'll make a big one. Hold on a second. Everybody chill out. Everybody hit the joint. Here you go, chat. Here you go, chat. There you go. Chat has a joint. Enjoy your joint, chat. Enjoy your joint. Let's go. Chat has a joint. We're good.
Everyone turned on you so quickly, or if you're like me and you're like, yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised, this was always going to get like this, but Sydney, please tell me more. I'm gonna walk you all through how we ended up at this exact spot in time. And of course, it all started very subtly and insidiously, as these things so often do. In the early 2010s, progressive companies, HR departments, and universities around North America started adopting preferred pronoun policies. The University of Michigan, for example, introduced a system in 2013 allowing students to designate pronouns, he, she, ze, zer, on class rosters, with the expectation that professors comply with this self-identification. Employees were also encouraged to add pronouns to their—
That's fucking weird. See, why did it yeah, it's fucking— hold on. This was put in fucking schools. This was just more indoctrination material. That's what that is, dude. I can't believe they tried to make that a thing.
Email signatures at particular companies. The concept of non-binary was already swirling around Tumblr and Twitter, but now these fringe identities and psycho-neo pronouns were showing up in the real world. Non-compliance at this point wasn't heavily penalized, everything was painted as voluntary, but cultural pressure started to accelerate.
I'm non-binary, and this is why I use this abbreviation and not this one.
What the fuck? No, you're a fucking girl. Like, what the hell? And what's the difference between those are the what? What is NB? ENBY. That's just NB sounded out. That's just non-binary NB, but just sounded out. That's weird. This is how deep the delusion goes. Yeah, I'm happy we have our joints, chat, because we're gonna need to be pretty high to be able to get through this video.
Today I'm going to show you how to use a-air pronouns in sentences.
See?
So let's go. A-air pronouns are a form of neopronouns, and oh my goodness, isn't that just so beautiful?
So one of the unexpected parts about being a tall trans femme is the amount of times I'll be walking.
I can't stand this motherfucker. He's so fucking annoying. He keeps calling himself a woman, but he just will not get rid of his 5 o'clock shadow. He looks like a whole ass man.
Walking behind a woman on the streets, and I'll, like, you know, skirt around because I got long legs and places to be. And then they're like scared because they think that I'm a man. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry, I'm on your team.
By 2013, Australia was allowing people to put X as a gender marker on their passports. This was adopted by other places around the world. News outlets like The Guardian and NPR started running pieces about non-binary identities, confusingly using they to refer to these people. By 2014, Laverne Cox appeared on the cover of Time magazine with the headline, "The Transgender Tipping Point." Just a year later, we had Jazz Jennings on everyone's screen. The young boy...
Dude, the fucking Jazz Jennings story is so sad. Well, I can't believe that. I've made a few videos on Jazz Jennings. Tall trans femme, just say femboy with a beard, right? Femboy used to be a thing. You used to be allowed to be a femboy. Or a tomboy, if you're a woman. But now, nope. Now it's either you're a trans woman or a trans man. It's fucking weird. Very predatory.
Who is marked as transgender and going through a very, very public...
Oh shit, that's literally one letter away from envy. The envy. Yeah, dude, that's a... It looks like a typo, like for real, too. If you look on your keyboard, they're right next to each other. The V and the B. It looks like a typo.
Public transition. Celebrities like Miley Cyrus were coming out as genderqueer, and at this time too, misgendering someone online, calling a trans-identified male he.
What the fuck is a genderqueer? Nobody's ever been able to answer that question for me. What is genderqueer? I still... It just sounds so made up. Like, that's not a real thing. It's not a thing.
Which you still really can't do here on YouTube, triggered intense viral outrage, doxing, social ostracism, and even job loss. Social media platforms were banning people left, right, and center, and honestly, they still kind of are.
Can you explain why misgendering is an act of violence?
A Christian teacher who was banned from teaching for misgendering a pupil has lost his high court battle.
He got the axe for failing to use a transgender student's preferred pronouns.
The social enforcement was fierce, and the legal enforcement wasn't too far behind. As we saw that not too long after all of this, UK police were showing up at...
You can if you want. I don't actually care enough. Yeah, save yourself the trouble. Don't worry about it.
At people's houses to arrest them for misgendering people online. By 2016, Canada's Bill C-16 blew up in a major way. The legislation was designed to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act to include gender identity or expression, but all it did was upset people about its propensity for compelled pronoun use. And it gave us Jordan Peterson, who at the time...
Hey, that's something positive that came out of this. We got all these cool people that came out of this, like Jordan Peterson. I like Jordan Peterson.
Was a professor at the University of Toronto and who refused patently to use pronouns like zir and they for mentally unwell people.
Lobsters.
In the same year, the U.S. Department of Education...
Lobsters. That's funny.
Issued a directive to public schools that forced them to let trans-identified students use the bathroom and locker room that matched their gender identity. If the schools refused, they risked federal funding cuts. Around the same time, the New York City Commission on Human Rights declared that the refusal to use a person's preferred pronouns, including zir and here, I haven't heard of here, that's a new one, could be discriminatory under city law with fines up to $250,000 for employers and landlords, just because they don't want to call you here. It's spelled H-I-R. Yeah, I know, it's very weird. Unsurprising to absolutely none of you, after this...
Like, what the fuck kind of a pronoun is here? Come here.
Things started to go downhill pretty quickly. While many trans activists continued to argue that they just wanted to be left alone and live their lives, the wider population was being subjected to both legal and social compliance. Because of course they were! By 2018, they were pushing to erase women from discussions around pregnancy, motherhood, and menstruation, arguing it excluded trans men and non-binary people.
That was another thing that pissed me off. The fucking changing the language of shit. Like, no, it's a woman, motherfucker. I'm not gonna call you a birth giver or whatever the fuck. Or a chest feeder. Like, what the hell? That's so fucking weird. That's weird. Stop being weird!
People. They pushed to change terms like woman to uterus owner or mother to pregnant person. Politicians started adopting this language.
The largest labor union in the country, the National Education Association, had been proposing a resolution for future contracts to replace the word mother with birthing parent.
You shifted from, in places, from using the term mother to birthing people.
Health equity for Black birthing people.
And birthing people.
Birthing people.
When asked, American judges couldn't and refused to define what a woman is.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I prove?
Dude, fucking no wonder the other countries are laughing at us. Friggin' Russia and China are training their military to be top fighters, and we're over here trying to figure out which bathroom to use.
Provide a definition? No.
Yeah.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in this context.
So
I'm not a biologist.
To be clear, you wrote this while you were a sitting judge?
I'm not a biologist. That's fucking... Oh my god, dude. I'm not a biologist. What even is a whammon?
2017? You were on the bench?
That is correct, after a case I had.
So, as I understand it, you don't think that there really is any clear-cut distinction between male and female as biological categories. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
That's what you wrote.
What am I even listening to? How are judges meant to interpret the law when they can't even interpret biology? This
was our fucking official government, dude. What the fuck? Arguing over what a woman is. Like, no wonder we've been the laughing stock of the country.
It's alarming
of the
on
world.
All the alarming levels. Kind of terrifyingly, this wasn't only a political and social issue. The medical community was starting to participate. Of course, not only in the language changes, but the just kind of general mass delusion that was taking place. People in the scientific communities started insisting that there were more than two sexes, tying themselves in knots trying to justify this position. We ended up with terms like sex assigned at birth and the insistence even from some outfits that men can give birth.
Do you believe then that men can become pregnant and have abortions?
Yes.
Dr. Kumar, can biological men become pregnant and give birth?
So men can have pregnancies, especially trans men.
Can men get pregnant?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Well, Mr. Secretary, materials coming from your department, you've referred to mothers as birthing persons, replacing that title with...
Are mothers not persons?
Mothers are persons.
Oh, shut the fuck up. This is so wild to me. I'm so happy that this is fucking over.
But it seems to be more inclusive, like you're trying to include another gender in that.
I'm all about inclusion, Congresswoman.
My name is Danny. I'm a non-binary birther. For those of you who don't know, I gave birth to my child 20 months ago.
Oh, what the fuck? It's like they're speaking a whole nother language. It's friggin', I'm a non-binary birther. Like, what is that, a Harry Potter spell? Like, what the fuck? It sounds like some sort of fucking alien, some anime superpower or some shit. Non-binary birther!
Ago at home. It was beautiful. It was a spiritual experience. Congratulations. Thank you. I did it as a non-binary person, not as a woman, just to be very clear.
Some medical professionals have insisted and continue to insist that there is no difference between trans-identified males and a female when it comes to female sports, that men should be allowed to compete against women, giving us the likes of Leah Thomas and other athletes who have stolen opportunities and wins from female competitors.
$5 through Super Chat. I will never forget the Valkyrie. They were mythological, but a skeleton was found 2024. Instead of female power, they claimed proof of historical trans.
Of course they did. Of course they did. Oh, that would have been a fucking great woman story, bro. The fuck? See, they just gotta take everything from the Whammons. Thank you for the $5, bro. I appreciate it. That is some next level shit, dude. What the fuck?
In June, a complaint was filed by the families of 3 girls who say allowing transgender athletes to compete in sports as the gender they identify with unfairly discriminates against their daughters.
But I also don't need anybody's permission to be myself and to do the sport.
I don't need anybody's permission to be in the women's locker room. I am a beautiful woman. Look at me. Look at my long hair. That means I am Whammon.
Sport that I love.
So, like, this idea that, like, oh, you're not a biological woman. Well, I am a woman. That's a fact. I am female. So all my identity records, my racing license, my medical records all say female, right? And I'm pretty sure I made of biological stuff. So I'm a biological female as well.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Now you're just playing semantics. Oh, I am made of a biological material, and I am a woman, therefore I am a biological woman. Like, shut up, dude. Oh, a trans woman is woman, and I am made up of atoms, the building blocks of life over here. So, by definition, that technically makes me a biological woman. Jesus Christ. They're all so smug every single time. They're smug, and they're condescending. Like, Jesus Christ. Because Vikings surely took pills and cut off their dicks with axes and then wore bikini armor. Dude. Right, bro? Like, what the fuck? That is some wild shit, dude. That is wild behavior.
Well, I can't say what I want to say here. I will get banned from YouTube. I was actually quite happy earlier when I read this article saying that the asteroid that's set to hit our planet in a couple years will probably not hit it anymore. And then I watched this clip. And now I yearn for the meteor. By this time...
Bring us the meteor, please. We just need a reset. Oh no. Oh no, not Jeffrey Marsh. Not Jeffrey Marsh. Yeah, this motherfucker definitely needed to be in this essay, dude.
Time, TikTok was in full swing, and you all know how much I love TikTok.
Dylan Mulvaney! Oh, fucking... Oh, I'm so happy that this is fucking over. This is like a recap of the Biden administration. That's what this looks like to me.
And it became a breeding ground for mental illness and all of this gender insanity. Young people were ideologically captured, and all of this started showing up much more in schools.
Nope. Nope. See, this is where we draw the line. This is where we draw the line. Transing the children. Transing the children is where we draw the line. This is when you started getting massive pushback. They're like, nope, 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 leave the kids alone. Like, Jesus Christ, bro.
And in universities and in the medical field, where kids were insisting that they were something other than their sex. To answer this growing demand, gender clinics started popping up all over the place. Doctors made lighthearted TikToks talking about performing double method.
What? That's so disgusting. Just realized I only get to yeet for teats next week. What the fuck does that mean?
mastectomies on healthy young
These people are so
Gender
weird.
clinics across the country have seen a huge rise in child referrals.
Our journey with a transgender child.
You know, we've seen staggering growth in gender medical treatment for children.
My name is...
But it's not happening, you guys. See, they were telling us for 4 years that it wasn't happening. Look at all this fucking documentation, like all this evidence right here.
Ella, and I'm 7 years old, and I'm transgender.
The UK's Tavistock Institute was prescribing puberty blockers to people as young as 10, insisting children must be gender affirmed early on, lest they go and, you know, do horrible things to themselves. The insanity was absolutely everywhere, coming at us from all sides. And rather than seeing this, rather than identifying the growing backlash and anger and frustration coming from the wider population and trying to be understanding, the trans activist gender movement people instead decided to double down. Wow, that's so crazy. I can't believe they did that. That's just totally unexpected from them. Threats from trans-identified males towards women they label as hateful became commonplace. Images of women being hanged with captions like "dead TERFs" or "kill a TERF" have circulated across the internet, cheered on by so many.
That's literally men advocating for the murder of women. And they were just expecting us to go along with this, bro. We need to protect the women from this fucking nonsense, dude. What the fuck?
While they scream about just wanting acceptance, they fail to rein in the worst actors among them, including those perpetuating legitimately violent rhetoric.
I was gonna come here and be really fluffy and be really nice and say, yeah, be really lovely and queer and gay. No, if you see a TERF, punch him in the fucking face.
T-shirts with...
What's a TERF? A TERF is an acronym that stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. It basically means any woman on the left or any feminist that doesn't really buy into the whole trans shit. That thinks that, you know, men shouldn't be in women's sports or in that kind of thing. Well, it looks like the suicide rate's gonna be spiking in the future. I guess we'll see. We'll see. We might actually end up seeing a decrease.
Messages like "trans rights or else" and "protect trans kids" with images of
That sounds like terrorism.
knives or guns have been seen at trans protests across the country. Countless stories about males exposing themselves to women and young girls in locker rooms and bathrooms have made headlines, met with silence from trans activists, of course. Incidences of women being essayed by trans-identified males in prison have gone ignored by the community that fights for their inclusion at the cost of harming women. Even the most hailed trans activists have behaved wildly inappropriately, with one incident making national headlines when Rose Montoya was seen partially naked on the White House lawn in 2023. The message
That is such a disgrace. That was such a disgrace.
that everyone who disagrees with you must be a Nazi has eroded any attempts to reach common ground. But worse than that, it has emboldened people to continue making violent threats in the name of protecting themselves. Like this video, for example, that circulated in 2023, where a trans-identified individual made several alarming remarks.
I dare you to try and stop me from going into a women's bathroom.
I remember this motherfucker. I think I've included him in a video or two. Literally threatened to kill anybody who stops him. Like he said, he carries a gun. He encouraged other people to carry guns. It's
It
wild.
will be the last mistake you ever make. I dare you to try and stop a transgender woman in my presence from using the bathroom. It will be the last mistake you ever make. This is a call to action. You need to arm up. Plain and simple. Go out, buy a gun. You need to protect yourself, and you need to protect your fellow transgender brothers and sisters and theys and thems. You need to protect the rest of us in the LGBT community, as I'm going to do myself. Because there are lots of people like me who are not afraid to die.
I always find these type of videos really interesting because they're usually being made for people who can't even run up a hill. The people that you're instructing to get firearms probably think they're too heavy. It actually just makes me think of an army of David Hoggs, and I don't find that particularly intimidating. The notion that someone stopping you from using a bathroom is worthy of physical violence is a direct result of the ideas that trans activists have been spreading for over a decade. That anyone who doesn't abide
Call to action is not protected by First Amendment. Yep, he's 100% inciting violence right there. Not allowed. That is not protected.
By the growing insanity of the gender ideology and trans movements is a direct threat. The many viral "it's ma'am" moments certainly haven't helped bring the public around to accepting these types of ideas and behaviors in civil society. Once again, putting it mildly. Say what you want to about the "it's ma'am" crowd, but they have given us a lot of very fun videos to laugh at over the years. I'm just trying to give you guys some silver linings here.
They have given us a boatload of content, that's for sure.
The irony for me, and I'm not quite sure how to articulate this, but I'm gonna do my best, is that many trans activists and allies from the trans and gender-based communities, these movements, paint themselves typically as the victim in all of this, despite the fact that they are, in fact, the most aggressive perpetrators online a lot of the time, and typically are the ones making these situations even worse. I just really struggled to see how the most aggressive voices in a community and across an issue who are contributing to people getting doxxed and fired and harassed and whatnot are the victims in all of that. I feel like I am missing something. The dots are not all connecting. Anyway, all of this said, you might be asking, Sydney, what's the net effect of all of these things? Well, I will tell you. People are tired. They are tired of walking on eggshells, and they are fed up with being accused of bigotry or transphobia, lest they use the wrong pronoun with a stranger that they meet in the store. Many people...
Exactly. We're sick of that shit. And the compelled speech. The men and women's sports. Yeah, we're just sick of it. We're sick of seeing the shit. Enough of the insanity.
Me included, are tired of watching language be altered and erased to accommodate a fraction of the population, erasing age-old truths that we have known and understood since the beginning of recorded history. So yeah, it's not really a mystery why the pendulum is doing a backswing right now. Depending on your perspective, the funny or sad part here in all of this is how many people actually just used to wholesale support and or accept the trans movement and its objectives and many of its people. But as time has worn on, those same people have become infinitely less accepting because of the tactics used by the trans community in forcing their acceptance. Are we seeing a trend here? In their attempts to basically shame and attack people into compliance, they have instead caused a ton of the broader community to jump ship. People don't take too kindly to children being exposed to things like drag shows, hypersexualized pride events. They don't like seeing drag performances at school assemblies, and
they were always doing that shit. They were doing the drag queen story hour for the kids. Why are they always reading to the kids? Why don't they ever want to read to the homeless or the elderly? It's always the fucking children.
And class education that is graphic and misleading, telling little children that gender is a spectrum and sex is not in fact immutable. The hostility with which trans activists and allies approach arguments, the refusal to acknowledge the realities of our biological nature, and the constant attempts to change language to accommodate people's precious feelings has accelerated the disdain and anger in the broader community. And I can assure you this pendulum swing is about to get much worse. Or better, depending on which side of the aisle you're on and how you feel about all of this. By refusing to put meaningful, logical limits on self-identification, by blurring the lines between science and ideology and forcing their ideas onto the wider population, trans activists and their allies have ensured that all of the ground that they have achieved in recent years is going to be reversed. So the bottom line is that whether or not people agree or disagree with what's currently happening, the backslide of support that we're currently seeing and the reversal of policies that we're currently seeing is entirely self-inflicted. I am personally of the opinion that most people probably would have been fine.
Hold the phone. There was a pride parade on Nick Jr. Jesus Christ, I didn't think it was that bad. I should have expected it, to be honest.
Continuing this live and let live philosophy had the trans movement and its activists not gone completely off the bloody rails. At one point, there probably actually was a middle ground that could have been achieved here, but again, these people made damn sure that that was never going to be the case, and now we have very much bypassed that stage. And just to be clear, I'm not saying any of this with a degree of glee or whatever. I honestly would prefer just to be left alone, but apparently that's just too much to ask. In the end, my prediction here is that this entire movement is going to unravel. And honestly, although I'm not super sure what that looks like at its nth degree, I am very pleased that finally some sanity is making headway. Now on that note, and before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder, check out Incogni using the link in the description.
Yeah, it will unravel. It will unravel slowly over time, is what I was trying to say. Because Trump's gonna be in the White House for 4 years, bruh. 4 years is a long time. It will, as more and more common sense comes out. As we get to more and more sense, all that shit will start to fade out. All right, we're gonna watch this daily dose of internet, and then we're gonna shut down the stream because it's been about 4 hours. That's about my limit. All right, we need a palate cleanser. We need a palate cleanser.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This isn't CGI or AI. This is a real car company that is trying to make flying cars. People are so excited to buy this car that this company has already received over $8 billion in pre-sales.
Oh shit, dude, that's an actual flying car. Oh! Hell yeah. That was so that was satisfying.
This is NYPD, open up. Over here we have NYPD, open up.
She had to learn the hard way how buying things with money works.
Why are you crying?
I want to eat my money.
But do you want to buy the book? Do you want to buy the book? Okay.
Does it come back?
No, your money's not going to come back. It's gone forever. You spent it.
He was trying to do donuts.
Relatable. Oh, relatable. Well, you know, you gotta prepare her for life. Yeah, your money goes away. It's gone forever.
It's on this little airport vehicle.
No thanks, people can barely drive, let alone fly. That's always been my philosophy on it. Like, no bullshit. I've always been like, you know what, let's not put people in the sky. They can barely drive on the ground. Oh, damn!
I feel like this carnival game was poorly planned out.
Oh, fuck.
Going to Disney World. Disney World. Papa, where are you going? Papa, where are you going?
To hell. Someone got jealous that this video
I'm the papa. Relatable.
wasn't about them.
Woof. It's a dog. It's a Doge. There's your palate cleanser. You get cute puppies.
This lumber company was about to cut this wood when they found an anteater inside.
Well, goddamn.
If you couldn't find any...
Whose uncle was that? Somebody come and get the unk.
bread at the store, this guy is the reason why.
Это все хлеб. Там еще телега хлеба.
These people decided to have a motorcycle-themed wedding.
Yo, not gonna lie, that's pretty badass. Oh! Oh! Goddamn.
I have so many questions about this video.
Birthday, dear Kayla. Happy birthday to you.
Wait,
He
what?
saw that this cat was about to fall from this building.
Oh, he saved the cat. What's going on with my thing? He saved the cat. That was pretty neat.
This cat thought that this guy was his mom. I have no idea why they didn't decide to just keep driving over the tracks.
What? Why would you? See? See? This is why we don't need flying cars. Look at this shit. Oh wait, he's just gonna abandon the. He's just abandoned the car. He just got out and walked away like it wasn't even fucking there. Like what the fuck? And now the train's gonna hit it. Wow, dude. He could have just kept going. But no. He just got out. Like what the fuck? Wow, dude. Whoa. Behold the god of thunder. She summoned the power of Thor with that fucking swing. Hold on. Dude, lightning struck that tree, dude. What the fuck?
I think we found out who the main character is.
It's me. It's that mouse. Stuart Little looking at boy.
Oh, you're not gonna get me.
Poor little...
The fucking cackle. He just skirts water on you and runs away laughing. That's fucking funny.
guy forgot that he doesn't have a leg anymore. She really thought she caught a big one.
That is a big fishy.
It's a huge fish. About 80 kilos.
Nice.
This poor guy was trying to set up a maze.
He just accepted it. He's like, nope, this is happening.
Everyone at this festival stopped to see if she would make it down this muddy hill.
You know what? I would just die. Like, I would. Everybody's staring at me just to see if I'll make it down this hill. No, that's it. I would just die. That would just be it. I would have to move towns. I would have to move away. Everybody looking at me. Nope. I would now be known as the guy who slipped down the hill. Time to move, change my name, get a whole new identity.
Oh, no! Okay, we're ready.
Yep, that would be the last time you saw me.
Holy mackerel!
They fucking scammed the guy, dude.
These super weird clouds were spotted in Finland.
Yo, that's neat.
Hello, buddy.
Oh, fucking
I had
hell
no
no.
idea that making cotton candy could be this crazy.
That's insane, dude. What the fuck? Bear? There's just a bear in their front yard. What the fuck?
How is it possible to be this bad at throwing a frisbee?
Oh,
So,
damn.
I guess
Oh, but no. That made me flinch, dude. that definitely made me jump.
Tea and toast trick shots are a thing. This guy is famous for dressing up as a camera, going to events, and taking pictures of everyone.
Yeah, dude, that's iconic.
There's a cliffside in China that's famous for looking like a sleeping dog.
Is that a mountain? Oh shit, the mountain looks like a dog. You can see his fucking little face and his little snout out there. That's fucking that's cool. That's a gift from nature right there.
Someone got a kite for their boat to stop birds from
Why was that so satisfying?
landing on it.
Yeah. He's got a bird scare. It's a kite that flies on its own. Hasn't stopped the birds from all over his boat though.
Her spidey senses were tingling.
That's crazy. We just saw her foresee the future in real time. There's a disturbance in the force.
She gave him a mirror to see how he would react. This dog decided to invent his own game.
Oh. That's pretty cool.
that is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys.
Oh, that's pretty. Alright, I think it's time to wrap up the stream, you guys. I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun this time. This was a good stream. We watched a lot of cool shit. Wholesome end, exactly. We always gotta top you off with a palate cleanser. You cleanse the palate. Good night, you guys. We'll be back. We'll be back to normal next weekend. Upload Saturday. Live stream Sunday. Or Monday, depending on how I feel. But yeah. You guys have a good night. We'll catch you on the flip.